I may be a mad scientist, but I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Is that nuts? I hope that's not nuts. It's something that happened. But is it truly nuts? Hello everyone. Hello. Why must you be live when I have school? Unfortunately, this is my streaming time. This is unfortunately the time that works for me. But hello TVPG, this is not nuts. And yet Koniko says I am a nutcase. Okay, well, I see how it is. You do realise the significance. You do realise the significance of this month, do you not? Do you not realise the significance of this month? I've been hearing about it for years. Everyone has. This. Serious time here. This is no nut November. There are no nuts in November, and this is a problem for me. I had boss take me aside after the collab the other day. He took me aside and he said, Mal, November's coming up. And you're going to have to be really careful or I'm not going to be able to let you stream. And I said, boss, why? Why would you not let me stream for the whole month? And he says, Mal, there are too many nuts in your stream. There are too many nuts. You are a nut. All of your followers are nuts. We just can't have that in November. We just can't have that. And so I had to make a deal. I had to make a deal. There are to be no nuts this November. No nuts. That's the deal that I had to make. That's what we had to figure out. So yes, there will be no nuts in November. Is this the karaoke stream? This is not the karaoke stream. This is not the karaoke stream. Guess I'll see you in December. Yeah. Well, that's my point. I didn't want to not be here for the entirety of the month. I had to be able to stream. And yet here we are. Isn't that nuts? That's not nuts. That's completely normal. No. That's the deal that I had to make. So there are to be no nuts. There are to be no nuts. And I expect the same of everyone else. But but what am I supposed to do with all these cashews? Cashews technically are not nuts, as it happens. TVPG, thank you. Thank you for the many bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is not nuts. That is... Can I say fruity? Fruity! Yeah, like a fruitcake. Yeah. Okay, that's it. I've recovered it. Okay, we are not nuts this month. We are fruitcakes. We are fruitcakes. Same meaning. But we are not nuts. Yes, okay. This works. Yes. This is not nuts. Is this Malcolm? No, this is Patrick. This is Patrick. Dear me. But yeah, in all seriousness, I am just a massive contrarian. You may know about this already. You want to be a berry? Oh, what kind of berry would you be? I was a bit of an aside here, but I was struggling to sleep last week, and I just had the most random videos on YouTube to try and help me fall asleep. And I came across this one guy who was, I want to say, a horticulturist. Like he grows a lot of plants. And what he was doing, he was like taking seeds out of like dragon fruit and goji berries, and then encouraging them to grow and talking about the steps you need to take, how soon they're likely to have fruit of their own. whether it's worth getting cuttings of the plant, whether to expect the fruit to actually be the same as the one that you bought from the store. And it was so cool. It was so cool. A very big nut. A very big nut. Oh dear. But no, it was really cool. It was really cool, and I'm kind of tempted to grow some of my own plants. Although, another random aside, a tangent to a tangent, if you will. I think I've mentioned it before, but we did actually have some. I had some tomatoes. A tomato plant randomly grew out of my compost this year. Like I put some compost into the soil in my garden, just to help some plants grow a bit bigger. And the flowers that were growing there normally, the flowers that I normally grow there, they grew like 4 times as many flowers as they normally would. They really, really like the compost. But yeah, for some reason, some kind of tomato seed had survived being put into the compost bin for what must have been months, and actually grew in my garden. And it still has a bunch of tomatoes that have grown on the vine. They're very green and they're very firm. I think now we're in November. We've missed the best of the weather for tomatoes to actually ripen properly. So sadly, they're probably not gonna make their way into a salad. But hey, they grew, and it's amazing. It's crazy. And hey, tomatoes are a fruit. So yeah. You can make them into a fruitcake, maybe. I don't know. Tomato fruitcake. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? But yes. So... Actually, any more news? Any more news? Oh, I do need to give a thanks. Very, very quickly. I do need to give a thanks to everyone and anyone who happened to pick up one of the voice packs. It was a hell of a lot of... It was a hell of a lot of fun to put together. I think it's probably going to be a while before we do some more voice packs. This was definitely just kind of a test the water, see if there's any like interest, demand kind of thing. But you know what? A lot was learned. A lot of fun was had putting them together. But I do need to give a massive thanks to everyone who happened to pick one up. And I hope you enjoyed them. I do. So yeah, it was really good. Koniko, you enjoyed it? I'm glad to hear it. Tomato fruitcake is a pizza. Oh, that's powerful. That's very powerful. Oh my. I can get behind that. Absolutely. I am glad you enjoyed listening to it, Koniko. I am glad you did. So yeah, I'm planning on doing maybe not more voice packs, but I am planning on doing some more variety of things moving forward. I'm still trying to figure out more content that I'd like to produce. More content I would like to produce. More different kinds of content. More things for people to enjoy. So, yeah, I'm still doing some figuring out of that kind of stuff. But I've got a couple of ideas. There's going to be more stuff here for you if you're interested. If you want some more Mal than what I do during my streams, or different sides of Mal, of me. So yeah, we'll see how things go. But yeah, so on to the topic of what I'm playing today. Now, okay. Something kind of funny happened yesterday. I'll get to that in just a moment. But yeah, today, I hope the different sides have no malicious intent. Oh, always. Always. There is always malicious intent. Always, always, always. I always have an agenda. Everybody does. So yeah, be aware of that. Be aware of that. That is terrible. It is terrible, but I love puns. Puns are amazing. They really, really are. But yes, so on to talking about what we're playing today. We are playing a visual novel. And I've been looking forward to playing this one for a while. I picked this up. When did I pick this up, actually? I picked this up months ago. When did I actually buy it? Does Steam tell me? Steam isn't telling me when I bought it, but I bought it several months ago. I think it was during the summer sale. This had been sitting on my wish list for a little while, and I don't remember exactly what drew me to it. I think I literally just... I've mentioned it before. I've mentioned it before on stream. I enjoy some Yuri. And I'm pretty sure what I did, I just typed in Yuri visual novel into either Steam or Google, and this was one of the first results that came up, and it looked really, really cute, and the synopsis of the game just seemed like something that I would be really interested in playing. Unsay so ma. Excuse me, Hollow GSD. Excuse the hell out of me. This is nothing but say so. This is No Nut November. There is only say-so-ness. There is only say-so and cute and adorable and fun and charming and beautiful artwork. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Say so mal? No way. I am nothing but say so. Affeteer. Of course it's say so. Exactly! Exactly, Conico, you get it! You get it! Oh dear. Yeah, no, it's say so. There are no nuts. I mean, you know, I can't guarantee 100% nut free. It tends to be the way. But there are no nuts. But yeah, no, so basically, yeah, I saw it. I thought it looked really cute. It's the premise is very similar to a manga that I'm really enjoying reading right now, which just doubled down on why I should be playing this game or reading this game. So yeah, I just thought, you know what, this is the perfect kind of thing that I should be doing on stream. May contain traces of nuts. Exactly. This is just the perfect kind of thing to play on stream. As far as I know, this is not an eroge. This is not eroge. As far as I know, there may be some suggestive artwork, but it is not an eroge. I don't think there's going to be any nudity. I think it's just going to be kind of cute, romantic, flirty adorableness, you know, all of the usual kind of stuff you'd expect from like a romantic game, but without the lewds. Without lewds. There are no lewds here. As far as my research went, the Steam version is clean. There's another version. I may need to track down the other version. We'll see. I may need to track down the other version. But the thing is, even if the Steam version is clear, I am prepared for research purposes. Exactly. We're here for science. But yeah, so yeah, just on the off chance that there's anything too yabai for Twitch, I don't think it will be, because Twitch has not ruled out the playing of this game on its platform, so it should be fine to play. But just on the off chance there's anything too spicy, Gonna give you a quick little demo. So yeah, actually I don't have a backing image. Can I have a backing image? I don't know. But yeah, so if there's anything too spicy, what's gonna happen is if something lewd pops up on stream, what happens? I have this already. What happens? We have a hedgehog. We have a hedgehog in place. We have a hedgehog. The hedgehog will protect us. This is what we do. Welcome to Mal's last stream, lads. Not a raccoon boss in shambles. Yes, no raccoon boss. Not a raccoon, a hedgehog. But yeah, so we can very quickly, if there's any emergency, just put the hedgehog up on screen. Sensory, the little hedgehog, yes. So yeah, the hedgehog is basically going to make sure that there's nothing too stimulating on screen. That's what the hedgehog is for. That's what the hedgehog is for. It is a good hedgehog. It is very cute. Look at its little snout. We can just appreciate the hedgehog. It is adorable. It's adorable. So yeah, I think yeah, that's how we're going to be surviving this. Anti-neuron activation hedgehog. Yes, pretty much. Pretty much. It's a little too prickly for the YouTube and the Twitch censors. But we have the hedgehog at the ready. The hedgehog will protect us. But yeah, I think without any further ado, let's see if we can pop into the game. I haven't actually run it yet, so let's have a look. Okay, I've got a caution message in Japanese, so now I'm immediately concerned. I'd imagine there is an English version. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. Listen to this thing. Okay, we've got Peppy Poppy theme tune already. This is immediately fantastic. Where's the game? We're gonna run? Do you feel like running? There we go. Are you hearing this? This is fantastic. Okay, we're here for it. We're here for it. We've got OshiRabu. There we go. There we go. Now all adjusted. All adjusted and perfect. Lovely. So yeah, that's a very nice chest dress she's not wearing from the chest up. Absolutely. Do we need to get the hedgehog out already? Do we need to get the hedgehog up? I think we may need to leave the hedgehog up on the game. Okay, what's in this official section? Okay, that opens a link. We don't need that. We don't need a link. We definitely don't need a link to go. That's a very nice chest, Freudian Slippy. Ah, dear. Hedgehog stream, let's go! Indeed. Right, anything in the options? Nothing that matters. Okay, I think with that, we're ready to start. Actually, what's an extra? Oh, there's 4 pages of CGs. And there's backgrounds, and you can play the BGM as well. Oh, we've got different songs. Okay, that's gonna be nice. Okay. This is cool. Okay. Let's get rid of the hedgehog. Let's get rid of the hedgehog. How's the audio level, by the way? I mean, I know we've got music. I think it's fully voiced, actually. I think it's voiced. But yeah, how's audio level before we start? Audio good, good. Let me know if the voices need adjusting as we go. And I suppose let's go into it. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this. I think you guys will be as relieved as I am that this thing is fully voiced, so I won't have to do all the lines. Okay.
ワクワクするような恋の物語。その物語の中では宇宙からやってきた女の子が地球人の男の子にたくさんの大きな愛を叫んでいた。
Okay, so do we have aliens, or is that just the
大
story?
人はみんなこんな風に台風みたいな恋をするんだ。そう母親に話したら、知らない人にアクルがさらわれちゃったらお母さん悲しいわなんて苦笑いを浮かべられたっけ。でもまさか十数年経った今、こんな配役で物語が実現するなんて思ってもみなかった。
Very wistful start of the game. Oh, not all voiced. Okay, I suppose I'm gonna have to do some voicing then. Let's go for it. The man drew his sword and fixed me with his steely gaze. My heart pounded urgently. With a yell, he brought the blade down on the box, which split open with a flash of blinding light. Gulping, I fixed his image in my mind and... Okay, we've got voiced lines. It's the narration that isn't voiced. Okay, I can get behind this. Painfully familiar silhouettes appeared on the screen of the smartphone clutched in my hand. An offhand, canned response showed up in the text box over the sword-wielding man. How'd you do?
ああ、またドブ。なんでコヘイ君だけは出ないの？
Okay, so she's playing a gacha game. She's playing a gacha game and is still not getting who she needs. The gacha struggle is real. The gacha struggle is real. And the mobile game, Swordsman for Sale, known to its fans by the shortened Japanese name Kensho, you collect famous swordsmen from history to put together the strongest team of sellswords. She's one of us, absolutely. My husbando was Akiyama Kohei-kun, and he was up as an SR in the most recent limited time gacha campaign. The words 30 minutes to go were splazed across the screen, urging me to try just one more pull.
ほんと検証ってドロップ率厳しいよね。あ、平蔵くん SR は出てるじゃん。
The drop rates in this game are way harsh. Oh, look, you got Hazelkun's SR.
なんで他のキャラは来てくれるのに。なんで他のキャラは来てくれるのに。
Okay, yeah, realizing the potential issue here because the lines are voiced, but they're not in English. So, shall I, oh, hello Kurobachi, hello. I'm wondering, should I think I need to kind of read the lines in English as well as the Japanese voices playing. I think we may need to do that. We'll give it a shot, Right, my husbando still hadn't come home. Of course I had his rares, but still. Which is why today was the day. Although it didn't seem like that for my long-term friend Shino. She'd been nonchalantly drinking her tea the whole time. Ah! She was only so relaxed because neither of her favourite pairing were in the pool this time.
確か平蔵くん SR5 枚目とか言ってなかったっけ。このままじゃ平蔵くんで野球チーム作れるんじゃない？
Wasn't that like your 5th Hazel SR? You can make a full baseball team of Hazels.
自分の推しがいない球団なんて作ってどうするの？こちとら単体競技でも十分だっての。ってそれはいいんだけどさ。
Why would I make a team without my husbando? The single player experience is more than enough for me. I mean, if I had even one of him. Gulping down a mouthful of my coffee, which was the price of 2 gacha pulls, I heaved a deep sigh. Maybe if I'd spent that money on gacha instead, I'd have Kohei-kun by now. Also, hello, Hieronymu. Hello. It's really good. Okay, yep, she's considering giving up food and drink to be able to play the gacha game. Yep, she's in deep. She's in deep. The cool rim of the copper mug seemed to have cooled me down too. I was converting everything around me into gacha currency. If I sold the outfit I was wearing right now, that could be 10 consecutive pulls.
で、どれくらい課金したの?
So, how much did you put into it this time? Huh? My thoughts, which had been drifting to gacha land, were pulled back to earth by Shino's words. Careful, I couldn't afford to waste a single second.
もうとっくに家賃2ヶ月分消えてる。
About 2 months' rent. How much is that even gonna be? What? That must be somewhere in the region of, what, 200,000 yen or something like that? Or more?
あーちゃんはほんと極端なオタクだな。
Wow, you're in deep. Yeah, at least 200,000 yen. Like maybe, I don't know, $3,000 or something, depending on your rent. Even though I was working every day for the sake of my husbando, sinking in hundreds of dollars wasn't exactly easy on my wallet. I knew that, but this time was super special.
だって。
I mean... Going back to the game, I opened the gacha screen again. The image from the event's SR card, Kohi-kun, dressed in a dashing white tuxedo, filled the screen. The theme of the event was Spring Wedding. In other words, this was no ordinary gacha. This was my once-in-a-lifetime chance to marry my husbando.
でもさ、今回のガチャ、結婚がテーマでしょ？いわばガチャって教えのプロポーズみたいなものだと思うの。
But you see, the theme this time is a wedding, right? So like, pulling the card is like proposing to your husbando.
なるほど。
Okay.
結婚指輪の相場、給料3ヶ月分って言うでしょ？
And they say that an engagement ring should cost about 3 months' salary, right? That was just a clever piece of marketing, by the way. That was clever marketing that got behind that whole thing. It was literally just marketing. It showed... I'll talk about this at some point. Remind me to talk about diamond rings on stream sometime. I need to, because it's so interesting. But yeah, no, even using that flawed logic, she's in deep. Yeah, and...
つまり、給
And
料
doesn't
3
that
ヶ月
mean...
分まで出すべきでは？
And doesn't that mean I should be prepared to put in 3 months' salary?
待って。
Hang on.
あるいは春のボーナスで一括。
If I put my spring bonus in altogether.
あのさ、あーちゃん。先月クレジットカードでイベントの物販買い占めてなかった？
Hey, Achan, didn't you put all that event merch on your credit card last month?
した。
Yeah?
今月、その引き落としが来るの忘れてない。
And aren't you forgetting that you're gonna get charged for it this month? I'll talk about diamond rings sometime soon. Maybe we'll do it at the end of this stream. Maybe we'll do it at the end of this stream. We'll see. We'll see. A sharp pain lanced through my chest. Other than cold hard cash, there was also this magical card you could use, but even that card had its limits. In other words, this was my last chance.
これでダメなら、家の電気代をつぎ込んででも。
If this fails, there's always the money for my utilities bill.
あーちゃん？
Achan?
いや、敗北した時のことなんて考えるのは推しにも失礼。常に胸に勝利を、推しへの愛を。
No, it's not fair on him to think about failure. I must always keep victory in mind, and love for my husbando. Huh?
私はこの一投、いや、1タップに全力をかける。生死をかけなくて何が惜しい。
I'll put all my power into this one shot. No, this one tap. Please bring my husbando home.
あーちゃん。
Just as I was about to jab my trembling finger onto the screen, I heard a small voice.
当たった。
Ah, got it. This finger of mine glows with an awesome power. Witness the power of my fingers. Oh dear. At the same time, a cheer went up. It seemed like something was going on at the register. A crowd there was blocking the entrance to the cafe. With my finger still hovering in midair, I looked over in that direction.
何の騒ぎ?
What's going on?
わかんないけど。
No idea. Vaguely curious, I stood up to get a better look. I could see a girl in the middle of the crowd. The girl glanced at me before turning her gaze back to the register.
ちょっと見に行ってもいい?
Mind if I go take a look?
行ってら。
Sure, go ahead.
すぐ戻るから。
I'll be right back. I got up from my seat. The girl's clothes were all garishly bright, like they'd been coloured in with a crayon. She looked like something spilled out of an upended toy box. She's got a very nice design. I like the mix of colours. Like, okay, the hair colour? Actually, most of the colours, they are actually a bit muted, but they're still very vibrant. There's a lot of variety here. I like it, I like it. Hitting the 3 primary colours here. We got yellow, red, blue. It's a good design. She was wearing a short pink skirt and an aqua blue sweater. When I got up close to her, her sparkling expression was almost blinding.
やったー！ありがとう！
Yay! Thanks so much. The girl looked triumphant as the store clerk handed her a ticket, along with a congratulations. Looking closer, I saw a panel beside the register, advertising the chance to enter some kind of lottery with your purchase. The main prize showed the silhouettes of a castle with the words "All expenses paid overseas trip" with 2 theme park tickets splashed across it. They really had splurged on the grand prize.
すごい。
Whoa. Nice. If only I had the same kind of luck. The crowd started to disperse as the girl stowed the tickets away in her bag. Then, as though suddenly noticing me standing there, she tilted her head at me curiously.
お姉さん、これ欲しいの?
You want this, lady? What the hell is this game? This game is OshiRabu. This game is OshiRabu. It's a visual novel about people enjoying playing dating sims. No, they're playing gacha games, and there's Yuri, and it's adorable, and that's what we're here for. I'm bullying people with No Nut November.
あ、いや、違うな。
Oh, no. I hurriedly waved my hands around in denial, completely forgetting I was still clutching my phone. Oh! Then, remembering what was currently open on my screen, I quickly hugged it to my chest. But I was too late. After staring intently at the screen for a moment, the girl raised her head to look at me.
知ってる。それゲームでしょ? ガチャだっけ?
That's like one of those games, right? Like a gacha game? Huh? How did this clearly trendy and popular girl know that nerdy word?
そうだけど。
Yeah, it is.
友達からよく代わりに引いてってお願いされるんだ。私運いいから。
My friends are like always asking me to pull for them or whatever, since I have such good luck. She explained to me, clearly reading my thoughts and my puzzled expression.
そっか。わかった。
Wait, I see. The girl beamed up at me, her eyes wide and round like a little forest creature. A pink gloss shone seductively on her lips. This is Mal's transition to unsay-so-ness. No! No, this is not a transition to unsay-so-ness. Do you know why? Because if anything unsay-so happens on screen, we have the hedgehog. We have Harinezumi-kun to protect us. The hedgehog will save us from anything unsay-so. And it does a good job. It does a good job, actually. But yes, the hedgehog shall protect us. I like the hedgehog.
お姉さんのも私がやってあげよっか?
Want me to give it a try for you too, lady?
待って。
Hang on. As she reached out her hand to me, I instinctively pulled back, but that just made her stretch forward even further, looking a little offended. Oh dear. I see where this is going.
そんな見ず知らずの女の子に。
I don't even know you.
いいじゃん。それ目当てだったんでしょ？
Come on. You just saw me win that prize. Suppose this unsafe takes place at the edges of the screen. Then I make the hedgehog bigger.
いや、違う。
But it's not.
一回くらい試してみようよ。
Let me just give it one go.
その一回に将来がかかってるのよ、こっちは。
My entire future to rest on that one go. Using the inches I had on her, I lifted my phone above her head. After giving me a hard stare, she switched gears and reached for something else. Oh no. Getting ready with the hedgehog. What was that noise? What was that noise? All the strength left me as her hand slid over my body. Deftly catching the phone as it fell from my limp grasp, she grinned at me impishly, like a kid who'd just pulled off a prank. Okay. Okay, I think we're okay for now. We're still safe. We're still good. The hedgehog doesn't need to come out yet. We're okay. We're still good. We're still good.
はい、ゲット。お姉さんかわいい。
I win. You're so cute, lady.
あ、やめ。
No. My words died on my lips as the image on the screen changed. Very say so. Hey, that's not necessarily unsay so. There's nothing wrong with a little skinship. It's perfectly natural and normal. There's nothing unsay so here at all. The man with the sword looked at me, then swung. As the light effect enveloped the screen, I screwed my eyes shut. I think she died. That was a death sound effect. Yeah, she just tickled her. Yeah, that's exactly it. Couldn't believe it. My one chance, and everything riding on it, had been stolen from me and smashed to smithereens by this random girl. I was already writing my own eulogy as I timidly opened my eyes.
なんかいいの出たっぽい。
Looks like something decent.
Oh.
Huh? There, in the girl's hand, standing in front of a bright chapel, was a softly smiling man in a tuxedo. Tousled dark brown hair, a sweet smile, a short sword at his hip, and the proposal. You must be quite the dilettante, looking to exchange vows with an old codger like me. Are you sure? Kohei-kun chuckled good-naturedly, looking a little bashful. That's a squee if I've ever heard one. I hugged the girl's hand and the phone in it, or rather the Kohei-kun in it, to me.
結婚しよう。
I want to marry you. This is advancing quickly. Okay, well that's moving quickly. That's moving quickly. Geez, women, calm down. It's just some pixels. Hey. Pixels are important. Pixels matter. Pixels matter. Come on. You should know this. You should know this. Gripping the device in both hands, I gazed down at Kohei-kun on the screen, the gentle smile gracing my groom's face. I had to marry him.
というか、もう結婚してる。
Wait, are we already married? The figure before me was so stunningly dashing, I felt dizzy, like my brain had been put in a blender. What?
絶対に幸せにする。ほんと尽くす。ほんと好き。
I promise to make you happy. I'll devote myself to you. I love you so much. Blush, blush. Oh, how a simple misunderstanding escalates. I'd wanted to tell him so desperately, yet now that it came down to it, I couldn't seem to get the words out properly. All I knew was that, while I'd been savouring the bliss of knowing that I could be with the one I loved forever, the words, "tap to say yes," had appeared on the screen.
お姉さん
What, lady? The girl's voice snapped me back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Crap, I was squeezing my phone so hard I was about to crack it.
あごめんね急に
Oh, sorry about that.
ほんとびっくりしたお姉さん積極的なんだもん
You scared me. You're intense, lady. The girl's cheeks were slightly flushed. I didn't really understand what she was saying.
だって好きだし
Hmm? Well, that's love for you. Skidashi. So yeah, that could very easily be misinterpreted as, yeah, I love you. Or, hey, it's love. Was I intense? I thought I was just in love. The girl's face flushed an even deeper shade of red, and she lowered her gaze.
そんな
She... She's going for it! Well, this sure is moving fast, but I'm happy.
うんありがとう私もすっごく嬉しい
Yeah, thanks. I'm really happy too. Finally releasing the girl's hand, I took my phone
本
back.
当にありがと
Seriously, thank you.
うそれはいいけどそれよりさっきの
Well, sure, but about what you just said.
あーちゃん
And here comes Shino again.
おおごめんまた今度
Oh, sorry. See you later. Shino must have been watching the whole thing. Now that things had calmed down, she waved to get my attention. Eager to tell her about Kohi-kun, I thanked the girl again before rushing back to my friend. Oh man. Seriously, okay, she's gonna have such a, oh my god, she's hot and cold. Like, she tells you that she loves you, and then she just walks away and leaves you begging for more. Wow.
年下
What a player.
何やってんの
What an absolute Chad here. What a Stacy. What a Stacy we have here. What were you doing with that teeny bopper?
すごいのシノ見て
You won't believe it, Shino. Look at this.
これ秋山浩平新規 SR 桜の下のちぎり
Is that Akiyama Kohi's new SR Sakura wedding?
星が嫁に来たほんと結婚
My husbando's finally come home. We're getting married. I let out a long, blissful sigh. I'd expected Shino to share my excitement, but her reaction was surprisingly diluted.
ああだから結婚しよう
Ah, so that's why you said you wanted to get married. Hmm? I sent her a questioning look, but she was looking past me, toward the girl I'd just been talking to.
うん
Chin in hand, Shino muttered to herself, clearly deep in thought. Then something seemed to occur to her.
なんだろうこの流れ昔漫画で読んだことあるような
What the hell? I'm sure I've seen this play out in a manga before. Hmm? Oh wow.
ああ行っちゃったんこれ
Boo. Oh. Boo. She left. Could this be... At that moment in time, I was so obsessed with my husbando, the girl immediately vanished from my mind. Little did I know the mess I'd gotten myself into. Okay, I like this. This is just... I don't mind contrived little dumb
お疲れ
things
様でし
like
た
this
お先失礼します
sometimes. I'm done for the day. See you tomorrow.
お疲れ様
See you tomorrow. Akaru. After saying goodbye to my co-workers, I left the hotel where I worked. Suppressing the urge to skip all the way back home, I simply settled for hurrying.
と浩平君が来てくれて嬉しくて死にそう。
Can I increase the... Oh, well, did not mean to press that. I pulled out my phone while I walked. Actually, can I increase the game audio at all? Sound... I can increase it a bit. I think this might be a bit better. Maybe audio a bit too loud now? Let's turn BGM down a little. Music is kind of loud. Yeah, just playing with it. We'll give that a try. We'll give that a try. When I started up the Kensho app, Kohi-kun was there waiting for me as usual, in his tuxedo. The top page text that accompanied him made my heart flutter every time. Ah, I love you. Savouring that joy, I knew my life would be a breeze from here on out. Or so I thought. Okay, I'll turn that down a little bit more. I'll turn that down a little more. Where is master volume? There we go. Turn game audio up a little more. There we go. Hey, lady! Long time no see! The moment I heard that voice, I was struck by a shock.
お姉さん、本当にテイと遊ぶホテルの人だったんだ。
So you do work at the Imperial Aso Hotel, huh?
あなた。
Huh? You're... I looked back over my shoulder. Standing there was the girl I'd met yesterday in the cafe. Her eyes shining even brighter than they had back then.
何？フィアンセの顔も忘れたの？
What? Did you forget your fiance's face? Okay, she's actually accepted the proposal already. Man, she moves quickly. She moves quickly. Huh? For a moment, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
フィアンセ？
Fiance?
プロポーズしてくれたでしょ？それなのにそのままいなくなっちゃうし。
You proposed to me, remember? And then you, like, ran off.
プロポーズ？
Proposed? That was even more unbelievable.
どういうこと？
And yes, indeed, that's why you don't talk to your gacha pools, because you're suddenly married. Exactly. What's she talking about? Seemingly oblivious to my confusion, the girl continued sulkily.
名刺あったからいいけどさ。
It's a good job I had your business card.
名刺？ちょっと待って。
My what? Hold up just a second. I couldn't wrap my head around what was happening. First things first, I had to get her off me. Grabbing her by the wrist, I peeled her off me. Thankfully, she stepped back.
ああ、ごめんごめん。
Ah, my bad.
そもそもどうしてあなたが？
I don't even know who you are.
あなたじゃなく、レン。古舘レンだから。
I'm Ren. Ren Furitachi.
古舘さん。どうしてこんなところにいるの？
Furitachi-san, is it? What are you doing here? Although my workplace wasn't too far from where we'd met the other day, in Kinshicho, it was too much of a coincidence to just bump into each other here. The girl answered my suspicious question nonchalantly.
だって結婚するんでしょ？で、名刺見て迎えに来ちゃった。
We're getting married, aren't we? So I, looked at your business card and came to meet you after work.
名刺？
You have my business card?
ああ、これ。
Here. My eye twitched as I looked down at the card she'd pulled out of her bag. The name and logo of the hotel I worked at were stamped in gold glit onto the card.
あの時カフェで落としていったの。覚えてる？
You dropped it at the cafe, remember? Right. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember I'd slipped some cards into my phone case when I went to some exhibition or other. I guess one could have fallen out. Still, it was quite the coincidence.
ねえねえ、アクルって呼んでいい？
Hey, so, mind if I call you Akuru? Furutachi-san called me by the name on my card, like we were old friends. And she was saying we were gonna get married? That was impossible. Ren sus, absolutely.
待って、結婚？
Wait, what's this about getting married?
こんなに熱いプロポーズされたの初めてだし、びっくりしたけど、お姉さん美人だからいいかなって。
I was shook too. I'd never had such an intense proposal. But you're like so pretty, so I figured YOLO. Wow, okay, so is she just shallow after all? Like, you're pretty and you've proposed really intensely. So, you know, you only live once. Is that what's going on here? Is that the strategy? Why the hell would she think I proposed to her? Wow, she's still not figured it out. And then, oh, she remembered.
結婚しよう。
Wanna marry you? She is a bit easy. What?
絶対幸せにする。ほんと尽くす。ほんと好き。
I promise to make you happy. I'll devote myself to you. I love you so much.
お姉さん。
Lady?
ああ。
Wow. Hmm?
いや、あれは違くて。
No, that wasn't what I meant. Those words had been meant for Kohi-kun, not her.
何が？
What wasn't?
あれは私の推しの。
That was to my hus. On the other hand, marrying a Luxac is probably not a terrible end for a gacha addict. This may be true. This may be true. I cut myself off. I didn't want to tell this random girl whose name I barely knew, this cool girl, about my geeky hobbies. Look, at this... Wait, okay. Okay, bear with me. Bear with me. So, the reason she's gonna go along with this whole misunderstanding is because she doesn't want to look bad in front of the person who has the misunderstanding. I mean, I get not wanting to... I get not wanting to look bad, but it's just gonna embarrass both of you if you just say, yeah, this was a misunderstanding. Both of you will be embarrassed, you'll move on, you'll get on with your lives, it's all good. I was alerted to the existence of a no-nut stream. Indeed. Indeed. And it's a good one. Hello, Fishmeep. Oh, I've also just noticed the name of the cafe over here. Silver Finger. Women only, apparently. But Silver Finger. Is that Ren's gacha luck finger? I wonder.
いや、今更かもしれないけど。
Although, maybe it's a bit late for that. It's not too late! Hmm?
それは別の人に言った言葉で。
I was saying it to someone else.
別の人って？
Who?
じゃあ、あのプロポーズは嘘だったの？
So that proposal was what? A joke? Furutachi-san pressed me, clearly dissatisfied with my response. The way she was puffing out her cheeks was super cute, but in all my 26 years of life, I'd only ever loved 2D men. And she was 3D. And a girl.
いや、それはない。
No, it wasn't a joke. Well, I can believe that. I can believe that. It was impossible. Sure, there had been a time when I'd yearned for something real, but that time was long gone. Plus, I'd never been into the same sex.
じゃあ、本当？
So, it was for real? Okay. Misunderstanding's gonna continue. Her eyes lit up. She looked like she was about to leap into my arms, so I held her back with both hands.
ストップ。とにかくそれは誤解なの。申し訳ないけど、私はあなたとは付き合えないわ。
Stop right there. It was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, but I can't go out with you.
そっか。
Really?
そう。だから。
Really? So... Relieved as I seemed to have got through to her, I let out my breath. But alas, I was naive.
でも、私がアクルのこと気に入っちゃった。
But I really like you, Akuru. Okay. Interesting development. Furutachi-san clung onto my arm, grinning up at
結
me.
婚は残念だけど、私お姉さんのこと好きだもん。だから、連絡先教えて。
It's a shame we're postponing the wedding, but I love you, so give me your number.
え
Huh? She was already pulling out her phone, dripping with dozens of cute keychains. Please?
あ
What? She loved me? Nah, you didn't just go throwing that word around. Besides, this was moving way too fast for me to keep up.
今時の若い子ってみんなこんなに推しが強いの？
Are all young people these days this pushy? This girl was crazy intense, like some kind of alien from outer space. Sure, I'd wanted to thank her, but never in a million years had I expected her to come to my workplace and demand my number.
はい、LINE。出して。
Come on, give me your number. She opened up her messaging app and looked at me expectantly.
何迷ってんの？
What's the problem?
いや、
私がいたら、いろいろハッピーかもよ。私運いいし。
Being around me might work in your favor. I'm pretty lucky.
それは
Well, honestly, that was a pretty inviting proposition. Scoring tickets to live shows, gacha, and Otaku's life was all about luck, and I'd already seen with my own eyes just how lucky this girl could be. I silently held out my phone to her. It was a transaction, a business arrangement, to protect my life with my husbando, to deepen our love.
ありがとう。よろしくね、アクル。
Thanks. I'll text you, Akuru. And that was how Akuru Hayahoshi met Ren Furutachi. Or rather, how the universe threw them together. Yeah, okay. We've established what's going on now. Let's see how this develops, shall we? No way! I was in the break room at the Imperial Aso Hotel. My scream echoed around the small room situated behind the lavish reception hall, dripping with glittering chandeliers. Phone clutched in my hands, my eyes were glued to the words on the screen.
あーちゃん、オタク隠せてない。
Ah-chan, your otaku side showing.
ごめん。
Ah, sorry. Shino stared blearily at me over her convenience store rice ball. Our lunch break was the only time Shino and I got to talk, as she was in the linens department while I was out front. I had a bad habit of lapsing into fandom talk whenever we were able to get together.
いや、でも錦さん、これはちょっと業務効率に関わる問題でして。
No, but Nishiki-san, this is an issue related to my work efficiency.
なぜ急に名字呼び？
Why are you using my last
こ
name?
れは擬態でして。
I'm blending in.
なるほど、早星さん。
Of course, Hayahoshi-san. As we stealthily continued our conversation, I deliberately held my phone out for her to see.
検証、ファンミやるってよ。
Kensho is holding a fan event.
マジか。
For
ちょ
real?
うど15時のメンテナンス明けだからなんか来るかなとは思ってたんだけどね。
Maintenance just ended, so I figured something might be announced. From what I could gather from the in-game announcement, they would be holding an IRL fan meeting. My hands unconsciously tightened around my
とう
phone.
とう来たか。リアルイベント。
It's finally here. A real live
行
event.
くの？
You gonna go?
もちろん。だってコウヘイ君
Obviously.
の生ボイスが聞けるのよ。多分グッズの販売もあるだろうし、初イベントなんて行くに決まってるでしょ。
I'll get to hear Kohi-kun's voice live. And I'll bet they'll sell merch. You really think I wouldn't go to their very first event?
コウヘイくん出んの？
Will Kohi-kun actually be
わ
there?
からん。
How should I know?
わかんないんかい。
So you don't even know.
ちょっと待って、今調べるわ。
Wait, I'll check right now. I got so carried away in my hype, I'd forgotten to check the most important thing. I quickly went back to reading the rest of the announcement.
出るってお知らせに書いてあった。
Ah, he's gonna be there! It says right here in the announcement. The post detailing the time and place of the event, along with a list of participating characters.
うん。
Shino opened the app on her own phone too, and scanned the
っ
cast
ていう
list.
か、メインキャラ全員出るじゃん。
Looks like all the main characters are
あ、
in.
ほんとだ。
Yeah, you're right.
宮笹もおる。ファン見ない企画は未公開。キャストの声優のツリッターはまだ告知出てないな。
Miyasaza's on there too. They haven't announced the schedule yet, and the voice actors... They haven't posted anything to Twitter either. Twitter. Well, I suppose we can't go calling it Twitter. Although you should be able to. Shino squinted down at her phone, her eyes flicking up and down as she scrolled quickly through social media. The info-gathering speed of a power Fujoshi who ran 3 Dojin circles at once was truly a force to be reckoned with.
抽選チケットはドラマ CD についてくる感じか。
I bet the lottery tickets are gonna come with the drama CD.
ドラマ CD つまんと。
Crap. Gotta pre-order a whole bunch. If the lottery tickets came with the CD, then the only way to gain more chances was to buy more CDs. You're basically obligated to buy a whole stack.
あくる、この前ガチャで爆散してたけど大丈夫？
Akira, didn't you just plug all your money into the gacha event? Can you afford
給
it?
料入ったしね。今回は余裕。
I got my paycheck, so I'm good. I'd spoken
ちょ
too
っと
soon.
待って、これ。
Hold up. Look at this. Shino turned her phone around to show me. It was open on some kind of article.
秘宝検証ファンミ決定も当選倍率は50倍以上かって。はあ ?50 倍
Kensho fan event announced. Lottery chance 1 in 50. What? 1 in 50? 1 in 50. So the chance of winning a ticket in the lottery was 2%. In gacha terms, that was like pulling an SR. Really? I mean, probably the chances of pulling any SR would be about 2% depending on the gacha. To pick your actual preferred character, it's probably like 0.07 depending on how many characters. Oh dear, but yeah, it's still 2% for an SR. With what was in my bank right then, I could stretch to 20 copies at most. Definitely not a guaranteed win. That feel when your SR pull rate is 4%. Nice. Very nice.
検証のユーザー数から見て、この会場のキャパじゃそうなるでしょう。
Judging by the number of players and the capacity of the venue, it's not looking good.
それはわかるけど。
You don't need to tell me that.
あーちゃん、ただでさえ運悪いもんな。
And you have, like, the worst luck. She was right. I knew that damn well. If only there was some way to cure my bad luck curse. Oh!
いいやん、思いついた？とうとう臓器売る？
Well, that got dark quickly. You came up with something. Finally time to sell your organs.
とうとうとか言うな。
I'm not there just yet.
でも臓器売るよりもっときついかも。
Although, this might actually be the harder option.
ねえねえ、アクル、あの店めっちゃ可愛くない？
there's a point where people would start selling organs. I think everyone has that point. Everybody has a price.
待
That's
って
pretty dark.
引っ張らないで
Could you stop pulling me? Okay, so it's date time, apparently. A paper bag hung heavily from my hand, my decrepit millennial body bearing the weight of 20 CDs. Oh, come on, CDs aren't that heavy. Or maybe I was bearing the weight of the entire
それ
situation.
に私は今日は CD さえ買えれば
All I need today are the CDs. Ren sent me a stern look. Ugh, this girl was scary.
いやどうだろう若い子のお店は私
I mean, you know, an old fart like me has no place in a young person's store.
アクルだって若いじゃん。
You're young too. Remember, sell parts of your liver, not your kidney. Your liver grows back. Indeed it does. Rimworld organ harvesting advice, right there.
現役ギャルに言われても
Says the Gen Zer. In order to win the lottery to attend the fan meeting, I first had to get lucky with the lottery tickets. With that thought in mind, I decided to make use of this lucky girl's power. Zoom!
ま、アクルの狙いは分かってるけどね。なんか当たるんでしょ？その CD？
I know what you're after anyway. You, needed to win something, right? With those CDs? Okay, now here's something to think about. If this girl's super lucky that she can get a gacha roll really easily, or she can win a lottery or a raffle quite quickly, at what stage does she need to be present in order for the victory to be achieved? If Akuru went shopping, bought the CDs, took them home, and then Ren opened them all, would they have a lot of wins in them? Or if Ren went to the shop, bought them, and then let Akuru open them, would they then be wins because Ren purchased them? Or does she have to buy the CDs and be present for their opening so that Schrodinger's cat box, similar thing, works out as a victory? Does she need to be there for the whole process? Schrodinger's cat, yes, exactly. I'm interested. Lucky people interest me. Lucky people interest me.
ギック
Ugh.
ー。やっぱり急にデートしたいなんてアクルのキャラじゃないと思った。
You it. I figured it's not like you want to go out on a date all of a sudden.
悪かったわねキャラじゃなくて
Sorry. You're right, that's not like me. Furitachi-san had seen right through me. She nuzzled up against me triumphantly.
でも嬉しいよ。だってデートだし。
But I'm really happy. I mean, this is still a date. Ugh. I knew the choice of words had been unlike me, but having her poke fun at me about it was super embarrassing. I thought kids these days treated everything as a date.
ってアニメの知識だけど
At least according to anime. Oh dear, you're you're precious, Akuru. You're precious, right there. As an aside, you're aware that Schrodinger's cat was supposed to be a reductio ad absurdum argument against quantum mechanics? I wasn't aware of that, actually. I feel like I may have been told about it. I know that Einstein describing quantum entanglement as spooky action at a distance was meant to be a reductio ad absurdum argument. But the thing is, the Schrodinger's cat analogy did actually end up being picked up. It did actually end up being picked up. It doesn't entirely describe the situation, but it gets the idea across surprisingly well. It's like, what was I thinking before? There was some other thing where... Oh yeah, it was looking at Santa Muerte. Santa Muerte, the Mexican folk saint of death. To put it very simply, and not go into too much detail, the way that originally the image of this female saint was originally made in a satirical comic. Basically, it was a satirical piece of art, poking fun at how the upper classes weren't really that different from the lower classes to begin with, because everybody dies, death treats everyone the same. But then, so it was like this really wealthy person, big fancy outfit, but they're a skeleton, human skeleton. But that ended up being picked up by the movement and saying, well, yeah, we're kind of blending this kind of European culture and style, and we're just going to merge that with this kind of, you know, folk religious movement kind of thing. But yeah, it's completely a thing for them to get picked up, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, it does actually describe the phenomenon very well. Also, hello AJ Zulu. Hello. We're playing visual novel. We're having fun. Okay, enough tangent. We'll talk about some more tangents in future. Let's get back to it. Akuru. Kids these days treat everything as a date, at least according to anime. I wouldn't trust anime for everything, Akuru. I wouldn't trust anime for everything. Really? I didn't know anything about the youth of today, especially cool, trendy kids like her.
で、何の CD 買ったの?
So, what CD did you buy?
その
I hesitated, but Furutachi-san cheekily snatched one of the CDs out of the bag in my hands. So it sounds like Akuru did buy them herself, or at least without Ren seeing them until this point.
ちょっと
Don't.
これがアクルの好きな男? 何これ? いすぎじゃん.
Are these the guys you're into? Wait, why are there so many?
いや、それはその全キャラ載ってるから。
No, that's all the characters. She stared at the cover with interest. All the Kensho characters were gathered together, like some kind of group photo.
私が特に好きなのはこのキャラ。
This is the one I like.
って子供じゃん。アクルってショタコンなの?
What? He's like a kid. Akuru, are you a Shotakon? Furutachi-san followed my finger to the character, then gawped
子
at
供
me.
じゃない。秋山浩平君は弱い80を超える老犬格なの。
He's not a kid. Akiyama Kohi-kun is a swordsman in his 80s.
じゃあ老人じゃん。
So he's an old man. Wait, okay, so is this one of those characters that looks really young? Like they look like a 10, 12-year-old or something? But they're actually 800, so that means it's okay. Is that what's going on here? Is this the setting?
老人じゃない。
He's not an old man. I restrained myself from yelling any further. Passers-by were already giving us curious looks.
とにかくもう返してよ。
Anyway, give it back.
怒った?
Are you mad at me?
別に。
No.
ごめんって。
Oh, come on. I'm sorry. She held the CD out to me apologetically. I couldn't tell whether she was serious or messing with me. Oh, choice time. Okay, let's save this. We're saving this. So, options, analysis time. This is what I love about these games. I had no patience for them in my youth, but I've gotten into the swing of things with choices. So, we can play I'm sorry for lying, just, you know, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Sorry for lying about this, do. Or we can go, are you really sorry? Okay, the problem is there's a lot of context that's missing here. I don't know exactly what the tone or the response for these are going to be. I've been caught by that before. But yeah, she's apologizing, holding it out apologetically. This is for calling him an old man. So, do we be really petty and say, are you really sorry for calling my Oshi an old man? Or do we apologize for lying about the date thing? I feel like this is kind of... Now, if Akira was more of a banterer, if she was a bit of a tease kind of thing, if she would tease her, then I would go for, are you really sorry? Kind of thing. I think that would suit her if she was a bit more of a tease. But I think the way that her character's kind of set up, she's not really that kind of thing. I don't think are you really sorry would really work out well, because it would just be like, you know, casting doubts and then she'd be annoyed. But then that can kind of work. I don't know. So many ways to think about it, but I think I'm going to go for sorry for lying. We're going to give that a try. So I'm sorry for lying.
こっちこそ嘘ついてごめんなさい。
I'm sorry for lying. I was in the wrong too, so it was only right I apologized. Furitachi-san's eyes widened in surprise. I'm going to take that as a good sign. Akuru.
その休日の貴重な時間を使わせたのに申し訳ないなって。
Sorry for wasting your time on a weekend. Feeling awkward, I averted my gaze and tucked my hair behind my ear. Furitachi-san stared at me in amazement for a few seconds, before finally breaking the silence.
めっちゃ可愛い。
Yes!
めっちゃチューしたい。
Yes! That's a win! That's a win! Mal knows how to chat up girls. Kind of. You're so cute. I so want to kiss you right now. I knew it. That's it. As I thought. The flirty, like, she wouldn't have gone for the flirty style of, are you really sorry? Plus, she didn't really have a leg to stand on there. It would just be her kind of pouting, and that's not cute. That's not her character setting. Whereas this way, it makes Akuru be kind of cute, not entirely confident. That lets Ren be the one to take the step forward. That makes her the chance to be forward like this, which is entirely Ren's setting. Yeah, we've got this. I think I'll save the VOD later. This is good stuff. I like this. That's just out of nowhere, yes. Huh?
チューしていい？
Can I kiss you? My mind went blank at the unexpected proposition. Furitachi-san was already reaching out her hand toward my cheek, ready to make good on her word. I quickly caught hold of her wrist and pulled it away.
ストップ。
Stop right there.
ダメなの？
Huh? I'm not allowed?
ダメです。
You are not allowed.
そっか。
So that's how it is.
とにかく今日はありがとう。私はもう家帰るから。
Anyway, thanks for today. I'm gonna head home.
あ、じゃあついていっていい？
Ren, this is heating up. She's inviting herself over. Oh my. Am I gonna have to get the hedgehog ready? I'm gonna have to get the hedgehog ready at this rate. Can I come with?
何言ってるの？
What? Furitachi-san spun around in front of me, pouting sulkily. The next words out of her mouth were surprisingly convincing.
それくじ引きみたいなもんなんでしょ？抽選はこの後行われるんだろうし、当たったのが分かるまで一緒にいなきゃ意味ないじゃん。
These CDs are for, like, a lottery, right? So don't we, like, need to stay together till you know you've won? Yes! She had a logical point, based on an illogical assumption, but you know what? I'm here for it. I'm still willing to watch. The CDs only contained the lottery tickets. The draw for the fan meeting would take place several weeks from now.
それはそうだけど、でもずっと一緒にいるなんて。
That's true, but it's not like we can be together all the time. Is it? That wasn't possible. Not unless you were married or
同
something.
棲すればいいじゃん。
We can live together. Oh wow, this is moving quickly. Is that a challenge, Ren? Probably.
いや、
My.
は？
What? I barely knew this girl. Yet for her part, she didn't seem at all bothered by that fact.
いいじゃん。アクルのうちに少しの間止めて。お昼の間はちゃんと学校行くし、バイトだってあるから。
What's the big deal with staying at your place for a while? I'll still go to class during the day and my part-time job. ね? Okay?
でも、この子が何考えてるのかよくわかんないし、そんな子と一緒に生活するなんて。
I have no idea how this girl's mind works. How can I possibly live with her? I couldn't even begin to imagine it. On the other hand, being around her could mean winning that coveted 2% probability ticket. The two opposing views fought in my mind. What about her parents' opinion? Well, we've not actually established where she lives. Actually, the game's kind of very significantly gone out of its way to not mention precisely how old she is, and I think that's a censorship thing. I get the impression that she's supposed to be in high school by this design, but she could very easily be considered to be in college. So if she was in college, she could be living on her own. She could have her own place. That's an option. That's an option. So yeah, it's a possibility. It's I don't. The problem is if that was included in narration, it wouldn't have been a voiced line, and it would have been probably the first time that she saw her. She'd be like, "Oh, there's this high schooler, surrounded by her classmates," and you're like, "Oh right, so she is a high schooler." It definitely looked like a high school outfit, to be fair. Yeah. I would say high school. I would probably say high school. So yeah, I think with this it's kind of ambiguous as to whether it would be, you know, whether she'd be in college or high school. But yeah, I'd probably say high school. But yeah, the narration actually only really described her outfit. Like she was wearing the skirt, she was wearing the sweater, but it didn't outright call it a school uniform. It didn't outright call it a school uniform. But yeah, look at that. Look at that. It's trying to be some it's trying to be a bit sneaky, trying to be a bit dodgy here. Okay, well. Oh, random aside. I was thinking about this yesterday. This randomly came to my mind. When I was thinking about this game being a Yuri. Of course, the first thing that comes into my head is a song from a good while ago. One of the character songs from Lucky Star. It is the character song for Hiyori Tamada, the Fujoshi mangaka character who's friends with Konata. And one of her character songs is called Default Joshi Kosei. And it starts off Yuri 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 Yuri. So yeah, she's literally singing about Yuri, Bara, all that stuff. And yeah, it just pops into my head sometimes. If there's something Yuri going on, I'm just like Yuri 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 Yuri. I don't know, it's a catchy song. And I like Hiyori. I like Hiyori in Lucky Star. I do. But yeah, it finally struck me yesterday. Probably what that song's kind of singing about. Because as much as I've listened to it, I used to have it on my phone. I used to have the song on my phone. As much as I've listened to it though, I've never like gone through the lyrics in English and like really understood what the song's about. You know, that kind of thing. You hear a catchy song, you're like, I have no idea what this song's about, but I like it anyway. Yeah, that happens. But I kind of finally realized that she's singing like the default Joshi Kosei. It's not that she is a default Joshi Kosei, because she's definitely not a default Joshi Kosei. She is a Fujoshi. She likes Yuri. She constantly draws Yuri. She's an otaku. She's not the average default setting of a Joshi Kosei, a schoolgirl. But what the song's actually about is the fact that as an artist or as someone making media and the environment of anime, manga, and stuff like that, the default setting for the character, like if you don't have any other idea, you go for a school. Throwing stuff around my room. Yeah, you go for a schoolgirl. That just seems to be the default. You're writing a story, they're in high school. Why not? That's the default. That's the default character setting. Why the hell not? So yeah, that was like, that was fridge horror. It was fridge horror. Ui Mama gives her seal of approval. Ui Mama? What be Ui Mama saying? But yeah, no. So yeah, it was really interesting. It was really interesting. For defaulting to high school girls, understandable. Understandable. But yeah, that's the default. That seems to be the default for some reason. So yeah, that was a little bit of a fridge brilliance moment on my part that took probably something like 10 years to figure out, but here I am. Here I am 10 years later having figured out. Alrighty, enough of the tangent. Back on with OshiRabu.
いやほら見ず知らずの私の家にしかも何日も泊まるなんて親御さんが許さないし
Oh, okay, TV, well done. What are her parents' thoughts? No, but you don't even know me. And I doubt your parents would be okay with you staying at some stranger's house for days at a time. Maybe we are going to address this. Maybe we are going to address whether she's in school or high school. It will be high school. I know it's going to be high school. I'm just curious.
いや私もともと一人暮らしなんだよね
Yeah, I thought so. Nah, I already live on my own anyway. Huh? In a split second, her previous cheerful demeanour had vanished. She looked down at the ground and spoke in a sad whisper.
一人暮らしってこの年齢で
He lives alone? At her age? A scene from a TV show I'd been watching the other day popped into my head. A delinquent girl wandering the city streets at night. Older men with ill intentions approaching her. The dark images swirled in my mind.
やっぱギャルだからでもまだ若い女の子だし
She looked so mature, but she's still pretty much a kid after all.
むしろ大人と一緒の方が安心なんだけど
I'd feel a lot safer with someone competent like you around.
ダメ
Can I?
ちょっとでもダメそうなら出て行ってもらうから
If at any point I think it's not working, you're out. Yay! In an instant, her gloomy expression had vanished like dew under the sun, and her eyes sparkled.
テンション上がるじゃあ行こうアクルの部屋見たい
Yes, that's my girl, that's how you say it. You go, yes! I'm so hyped. Although, you know, she'll say it a lot cuter. She won't say it like that. She'll be like, yes, I'm so hyped. Woo, let's go, I want to see your place.
早まったかな
I spoke too soon. But it was already too late. Furitachi-san linked her arm through mine and set off, pulling me along with incredible force. I already regretted everything. Thank you for the establishing shot. There he is! That's him! That's our boy! I walked the route from the station to my place like I'd done 100 times before and stepped into the familiar apartment. But today there was one big difference. Yeah, okay, that'll be her Oshi right there. And he does look like a kid. But apparently he's 80, so it's okay.
お邪魔しまーす
Thanks for having me. There was someone else in the space I usually shared with only myself. That was strange enough, but Ren's flashy figure was like a jar of colourful beads had been spilled all over my neutral-toned apartment.
アクル洗面台どっち
Akuru, where's the bathroom?
あこっちだけど
Over there. Hey! The moment I answered, she was already flinging open the door and marching inside.
何してんの？
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
歯ブラシよし、男物のカミソリよし、ない。
Extra toothbrush, check. Men's razor, check. All negative.
あ？
Huh?
食器も一組だし。うわ、なんでマグカップこんなんの？あと寝室は。
Crockery for one. Whoa, hang on. Why do you have so many mugs? Hey, one can never have too many mugs. You can never have too many mugs. Get one for every TV show you like. For movies that you like. Random, fun and cute mugs. Mugs are great. I have way too many mugs. Next, the bedroom. Actually, no, you can't have too many mugs. It helps in case of getting mugged exactly.
待って私の
Hey, wait, that's mine! The bedroom was where I kept all my precious posters and other merch. And not only that, but an entire bookshelf full of comics featuring men in compromising positions. Get out of here. So yes, if we needed any any encouragement. Did I ban the wrong person? Oh, there were two. Good. I worried that I'd banned the wrong person. That would have been sad. Okay, continuing on. And not only that, but an entire bookshelf full of comics featuring men in compromising positions, oh my.
ここは
What do we have here? No! I dashed after her, but she was already turning in a different direction to what I'd predicted. I unceremoniously crashed into the bookshelf. Furitachi-san stopped rummaging through the bedside table to stare at me, wide-eyed. Well, just consider yourself lucky she didn't make her way to the third drawer. It may be hedgehog time. It may be hedgehog time. It may be hedgehog time. I'll double check the message history if I can. Can I even? How do I do that? Let's see, message. Let's see, just to double check. Deleted messages. Detailed? Oh yeah, they were both garbage. That's fine. That's completely fine. They were both garbage. All good. Right, continuing on.
アクロ何してんの？
What are you doing, Akaru? Nothing.
なんでもない。
Rubbing my sore nose, I looked down at Furitachi-san sitting on the bed. She seemed calmer than before, no longer searching frantically for something.
そっちこそ何してるの？
What are you doing?
だってアクルに恋人がいないかチェックしとかなきゃって思って。
Well, I had to check whether or not you had a partner. Partner? I repeated the word to myself. I'd never even thought about it before.
別にいたとしても連れてこないから。それにあなたには関係ないでしょ。
You think you'd be here if I did? Besides, it's none of your business.
関係あるでしょ。
Huh? But it totally is. Hmm?
私アクルのことを好きだって言ったよね。
I told you I like you, remember? Well, I think Ren doesn't care about being a homewrecker as long as she's the one who gets the girl.
そっか。なるほどね。
I see. So that's how it is. Just as I was puzzling over her, my vision flipped upside down. The next thing I knew, a pair of pale, sparkling eyes were right in front of my own. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Well, this is the thumbnail. We found the thumbnail, people. We found the thumbnail. Also, confirmation. Rem knows what she wants and she's gonna get it. Sensori saved my soul. Her previous innocent smile had vanished, replaced by an intense stare. She was so close, I could almost feel her breath on my face. I wanted to look away, but for some reason I couldn't.
ハクルど
Akuru.
うしたの？あ、酔ってる？
This scene. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? There's very little ambiguity in this scene, Akuru. There's very little ambiguity here. My head spun, and I could barely form words. I'd never had another woman in my personal space like this before. I felt like I might break out in a cold sweat. The tense atmosphere abruptly loosened. With a soft giggle, Furitachi-san stroked my cheek. When I squirmed, that should be squirmed, when I squired at the ticklish sensation, she frowned.
嘘、本当？気づいてないんだ。
Are you for real? You really don't get it.
何が？
Get what? I had no idea what she was talking about. This is unambiguous. Completely unambiguous. 1 minute she was like a clingy kid. The next, she was laughing at some joke I wasn't in on. Like a clingy kid. This is not clingy kid stuff. This is far from being a clingy kid. This... Darkness blacker than black. Darker than dark, I beseech thee. Dear. I think we're okay. We don't need the hedgehog. We're good.
もう、分かって
Wake up
よ。
already. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. We're not gonna do that meme. The sweet scent of apricots filled my nose. Apricots are nice. A soft sensation across my cheek made me gasp. Wrong stream. Are you Drazrik, are you meant to be watching Misaki right now? Is she playing gacha? Is Misaki playing gacha or something? Is someone playing gacha? I don't see anyone on. Someone else maybe?
お？
Huh?
今日はこれくらいにしといてあげる。
Well, this is also a gacha stream, so you're okay, Drazrik. You are actually in the right place. I'll leave it at that for today. Huh? There was a bashful tinge to her tone. Before I could work out what was going on, she
言っ
continued.
とくけど、私レズだからね。
She's just putting it right out there. Okay. She's absolutely just putting it out there. Like, thank you for making it clear, as if it wasn't already obvious. I'm a lesbian. Just putting that out there. Huh? Lesbian? What did you think? What did you think this entire time? You knew where this was going. You heard all the words that were used. That's what the entire conversation has been about up until this point. It's not... Why does this... Akuru is constantly surprised. She is constantly surprised. Huh?
女の人が好きな女の子ってこと？
So, she likes girls? My mind couldn't keep up. All our previous interactions spun through my mind like a kaleidoscope.
もしかして最初から今までずっと冗談でもからかってもいなかったってこと？
Does this mean that all this hasn't been a joke to her? I couldn't speak. The girl before me put her finger to her lips
だから
teasingly.
よそ見をするのはやめてよね、ダーリン。いや、ハニーかな。
So wake up and smell the lilies, okay, darling? Or are you more of a honey? Wow.
スケラソメーラ。
And I think this is the theme tune. Okay, these CGs are giving me a lot of hope for how much more there is coming. The weakness is Yuri. Okay, so everything we've done up until now has literally just established the scene. It's literally just established the scenario. Now we're getting into the meat of the game. Now we're getting into the actual stuff. We know their characters. We know what's going on. We know what the dynamic is. We have our expectations. Now it's time to actually get into the drama. The real story is going on now. Okay, yeah, this is good. I like this. I like this. I was kind of worried for a second. Like, I knew there was a fair amount to it. This game's been out for like a year odd now. I knew it had been out for a good while. But, like, yeah, part of me was like, I don't know. How much more is there? But there's a good amount here. It looks like I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy this. But yeah, no, that's what we're here for. I don't think we'd be here if we weren't either interested in the game itself or maybe my response to it. It's all fun. We're all having fun here. A soft, warm sensation. I shifted under the weight atop my arm. The faint breath across my neck tickled. Time drifted by like soft, fluffy cotton wool. The chill of winter still lingered in the air, but I was toasty warm here. The soft sensation and faint, sweet fragrance were so nice, I wanted to stay curled up here all day long. Today is... I ran through the shift sheet in my mind. Right, today was my day off, which meant... Hakuru. Should you be sharing a bed at this stage? Right, today was a day off. So I should have been able to relax in bed, but... Cracking open my eyelids, I looked around. There was the lime green ceiling and the walls. My left side felt strangely cold. I was pressed further up against the window side than usual. Good morning! We have two pillows. This is clearly a setup for two people. I caught a glimpse of a clavicle peeking out from the loose collar of a shirt. Such a gorgeous, pale décolletage. Wait, what? Why are you sleeping in my bed? In my arms was a girl who'd smelled like flowers. Not apricots. She smelled like apricots yesterday. She looked younger without makeup. Or maybe that was just the sleepy look on her face. It was too cold on the sofa. You couched her? You have a house guest and you couched her. My anger deflated in the face of her nonchalant explanation. Forgetting about trying to extract myself from her, I babbled on. That's no reason to... And I said I'd take the sofa, but you told me to take the bed, okay? Okay, you've redeemed yourself, Akuru. Akuru, you're so noisy. Don't you dare go back to sleep. I wanted to cuddle with you. You planned this from the start, didn't you? After yesterday's coming out, she'd accepted the separate sleeping arrangements remarkably well, but this must have been her intention all along. Furutachi-san smiled mischievously, not looking the least bit abashed.
ドキドキしちゃった？
You getting worked up?
ある意味は。
In a sense. Pressing my hand to my chest, I felt my heart thudding. It was more akin to the palpitations from a haunted house than anything else.
とにかく早く起きなさい。
Anyway, time to get up. I pulled back the covers, but Furutachi-san remained right where she was, in a form of weak protest.
まだイチャイチャしてようよ。
Already? Let's snuggle.
イチャイチャするような関係じゃないでしょ。
We don't have that kind of relationship.
私はイチャイチャな関係希望です。
But I want us to. She raised her hand cheekily and I sighed.
昨日も言ったけど、私にその気はないからね。
I already told you this yesterday, but I'm not into that. While I had been surprised to learn that Furutachi-san was a lesbian, whether her feelings towards me were romantic or otherwise didn't change mine.
私は2時も3時も女の子に興味ないから。
I'm not into girls, be they 2D or 3D. But you were just talking about her décolletage. Razric be dying over here. I'm enjoying this! Look at the art! The art's so cute! It's like really nice style of the artwork. And the story's like fun. Yeah, no, I like it. I like it. This is what I'm here for. I told her with finality. I was way too invested in my otaku pursuits to have any interest in real romance of any kind.
2時も3時もって何？
What's
ニッチもサッ
2D
チ
and
も？
What's 2D and 3D?
全世界の女の子に興味ないってこと。
It means I have no interest in women at all. She clearly wasn't getting it. She kicked her legs
てっ
around.
きりアクルもレスだと思ってたんだけどな。
I was so sure you were gay too. She muttered something to herself, but I ignored her, looking instead to the clock on the wall.
もうこんな時間。早く支度して。
Oh, look at the time. Gotta hurry up and get ready.
どっか行くの？
You going somewhere?
買い物。しばらくいるなら歯ブラシとかいろいろ買わないとでしょ。
Shopping. If you're going to be staying here, we need to get you a toothbrush and stuff. Last night she'd used some amenities I had from work, but I didn't have an endless supply. Furutachi-san didn't seem willing to go get her own stuff, so I wanted to get a few things in stock.
私もついて行っていいの？
Can I come with you?
だってあなたのものを買うんだし。
Huh? I mean, we're going shopping for you.
そっか。そうだよね。
Right. Yeah, of course. She nodded to herself.
私も一緒に行きたい。
I want to come too! Seeming to have perked up, Furutachi-san jumped out of bed energetically. She pulled her makeup pouch out of her bag, rummaged through it, then dashed off to the bathroom.
めっちゃ急ぐから待ってて。
I'll be super duper quick, so wait for me! My apartment was suddenly all hustle and bustle. I could hear the rush of water from the sink, combined with the loud running commentary.
化粧水借りね。って何この高そうなやつ。
Oh, that was nice. Did you hear that? The audio was muted. The audio was muted a little bit because she's in the other room. I'm gonna borrow your toner, okay? Wait, this looks like super
あ、
expensive.
それは。
Oh, you're... Before I could tell her she was free to use it, she was already boisterously shouting over
って
me.
いうかデパコスばっかじゃん。
This is like all brand name stuff.
うるさい。
So loud. Akira knows how to take care of herself. She knows how to take care of herself. She makes an effort for her appearance. For a well, not a shut-in, but for a Fujoshi who has no interest in 2D or 3D, she makes an effort for her appearance. For work, if nothing else. Good on you, Akira. Feeling like my peaceful daily life was already being tainted by her, I made my way over to the fridge to get started on breakfast. About a 15-minute walk from my apartment, just past the station, was a large shopping mall that was perfectly convenient for picking up daily necessities. Since I shop there all the time, I figured we'd be done in no time. But oh, how wrong I was. Kuro, see you later. Take it easy, enjoy the rest of your day, and maybe see you again soon. Bye bye.
歯ブラシ色地にしようよ。
Let's get matching toothbrushes.
色地？
Matching?
私ピンクがいいから、アクルはブルーとかかな。
I'll be pink, so I guess maybe you can be blue? Furutachi-san casually caught hold of my arm and dragged me over to a colourful display. Chattering excitedly, she scoured through the shelves, looking for the perfect item.
私の分はもうあるんだからいらないでしょ。
I already have my own. I don't need another.
でもせっかくだしさ、お揃いの歯ブラシ並べるのテンション上がんない？
Oh, come on. Doesn't the idea of matching stuff get you, like, totally hyped?
上がんない。
Not in the slightest. Despite my flat response, Furutachi-san's spirits weren't dampened one bit. Okay, can we just take a moment to appreciate just how not into it Akuru is? And how completely nonplussed Ren is? Like, she just like does not care that she's got a stone wall here. There's like a complete stone wall divide between them. She doesn't care, and she's willing to let her keep on coming. There's an immovable force. No, there's an immovable object and an unstoppable force. And you know what happens? You know what happens. Also, bye Connie. What did I walk into? Hello, I'm not that insane. We are doing visual novel time. We are playing OshiRabu. And I'm having a lot of fun with it so far. After being dragged around by her for so long, my arm was starting to ache.
こっちの可愛い魚と猫でお揃いになってる。
Oh my god, this is so cute! It's set with a cat and a fishy. She giggled, pointing out a pair of mugs. This was starting to seem more like a date for a pair of newlyweds.
アクルほらこっち見てよ。
Akuru, come look over here!
新婚か。
Newlyweds, huh?
ねえねえアクル。
They had a baby, apparently. How did they have a baby? Hey, Akuru!
なんだいレン。
What is it, Ren?
こっちのスープカップめっちゃ可愛い。ねえ、アクミの分も食器買おうよ。
Akumi. The soup mug is so cute. Hey, let's get one for Akumi
そ
too.
れならレンがピンクで、私が青。アクミは黄色にしようか。
Well then, let's get a whole set, shall we? Pink for you, blue for me, and yellow for Akumi. They adopted, obviously. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that hairpins are genetic. And ribbons. Look, she's inherited Ren's style, but Akuru's hair. Look at this.
わーい、アクル大好き。
Yay. Akuru, I love you,
ま
Akuru.
ったく、レンは甘えん坊だな。
You sure know how to get me to spoil you, Ren.
いやいや、なんで私が旦那役なの？
No, wait, why am I the guy in this scenario? I shook my head to rid it of the fantasy. Crap, this girl was starting to reel me in. Good, because I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying myself too much. And they did not steal the baby, excuse me. They did not steal the baby. There will not be Malina made outfits. We already have one made in Amber Glow. We have no need for a second. Currently. Actually, wait. Chelsea. Worst maid? Maybe we do need another maid after all. That's actually a fair point. Maybe we do need another maid after all. Nah, bro, he's gonna wear Sailor Fuku first. No. Mal Butler outfit when? Okay, well... that could be a thing. Mal Maid, let's go. Oh, jeez. We'll come back to that thought. Let's put a pin in that. Boop. Boop. We're gonna come back to this. What's better than one maid is to have two maid. That is undeniably true. That's undeniably true. Hey, you can't just put it in the basket. I realised that she'd been tossing items into the basket willy-nilly. Following her outstretched arm back up, I saw Furutachi-san cocking her head at me in mock innocence. Huh? I can't? I already have 5 mugs. Wait, 5 mugs is supposed to be a lot of mugs? In what world is 5 mugs a lot of mugs? Seriously, in what world? I have, let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, how many mugs do I have actually? If we include like glasses, I've got like steins and stuff as well. You can't put me in a maid outfit. You can't. I can see exactly one route to me wearing a maid outfit, and it's not gonna happen. Sorry to disappoint you. It's not gonna happen. But yeah, 5 mugs is not that many. I would have more. I'm pretty sure I do have more actually. 5? For real? So we don't need another. Why do you have so many? Do you have a boyfriend after all? So you do have a boyfriend? She sounded nervous. I answered curtly. With one of my previous husbandos, no matter how many times I entered the raffle, I always got the mug rather than the poster I was aiming for. Are you saying that Akuru committed Oshihen? Has Akuru committed Oshihen? I know we're talking 2D here, but has she committed Oshihen? Is that not a crime or something? I gritted my teeth against the painful memory of the past. I remember the store worker consoling me after I'd used up every last raffle ticket. Then I bought some more at events. Wait, so she's got 5. I assume she had 1 to begin with. She would have bought at least 2 raffle tickets. And then that's her using all her raffle tickets. And then she buys more at events, which I'd imagine would be at least 1, probably 2. Like, did she get even more and then have to destroy them? Or something? I don't know. Huh? Why'd you buy more? Anyway, you can use the ones I already have. In fact, it'd be a waste not to. Come on, let her have 1 mug of her own. Okay. Come on, turn your house into a home. She sounded a little put out as she shuffled back to my side. After walking around the store for a while longer, I heard a muffled exclamation from her. Oh. What? We're in the bed section. Section. It's like going to the beyond part of Bed Bath & Beyond. Hashtag not spun. You want one? I can buy you one. You won't buy me a mug, but you'll buy me a bed? Well, if I get you a bed, you'll have to sleep in it, right? I want to sleep in yours. If you want the same bed, that'd be this one. Single, 2,700 yen. 27,000 yen. I pointed out one of the beds from the lineup. It was a familiar design, with drawers underneath and a convenient socket in the headboard. That's pretty convenient. I didn't mean the same style, but if you want to buy a new bed that's better for snuggling, then I'm in favor.
イチャイチャはしません。
I don't snuggle.
え
Oh. Letting her protests wash over me like water off a duck's back, I checked the tag.
でもまあ確かに今のじゃ狭いし、セミダブルとかに買い替えた方がいいかも。
But I guess my current bed is pretty narrow, so maybe I should upgrade to a semi-double? If she was going to be sneaking into my bed every night anyway, I could take this as an opportunity to upgrade. To be honest, I didn't really have the cash to spare, but it wasn't that expensive. Look at this, Akuru, you've made your decision already. They do say that in your day-to-day life, the actions that you take aren't thought up when you decide on them. They've done all kinds of studies on people's brains, and they see that the activity that would indicate that someone was going to take an action happens long before the person actually recognizes that a decision's been made. Like, from your brain activity, apparently you make your decision well before your brain actually rationalizes it. So yeah, I think this is one of those cases where Akuru's already decided, yeah, I'm okay with her sneaking into my bed. Yeah, I'm okay with her living in my space. Yeah, no, it's already a foregone conclusion at this point.
そうだよ。今後何が起こるかわかんないじゃん。
Right, like, who knows what's gonna happen in it? Oh my. Dear me.
部屋のサイズ的にクイーンとかは無理かな。
A queen probably wouldn't fit in my room, would it?
聞いてないし。
She's not even listening. Nope, she's not listening. She's not listening. I do like a king-size bed. I do like a king-size bed. I did used to have a king-size bed. But yeah, no. Single bed for me now. Single bed for me now. It's plenty comfy enough. But no, I do miss being able to sprawl a bit more. Lie at funny right angles. It can be fun. I sat down on the bed to test its size. I thought Furutachi-san was going to sit next to me, but instead she flopped onto her back with a loud whomp.
すごっ！このベッド硬いんだけど！
Whoa, this one's super hard.
そう？
Really?
ああ、ほんと。
Ah, so it is. When I followed her lead and laid down, I found that the mattress did indeed have more recoil to it than my current one. It wasn't bad.
サイズもこれくらい大きいと余裕あるし、いいかもね。
It's plenty big enough. This could work. Spreading out my arms to get a better idea of the width, the fingertips of my left hand brushed Furutachi-san's shoulder. She turned in my direction, and our eyes met. You know, you've got to wonder. You've got to wonder. See people that work in, like, the bed section of a department store? Do you think they see couples flirting over the beds constantly? I bet they do. I bet they do. I bet they flirt constantly and they're like, oh, if only there were no people here. And then the shop assistants are just like, I hear this every single day. Could you not, please? I wonder.
ねえ、昨日から気になってたんだけど。
Oh? We having real talk? She's looking pretty serious. Hey, so there's something that's been bugging me. Hmm? She moved in a bit closer, regarding me earnestly. Her eyes seemed to glimmer slightly as she hesitantly parted her lips.
なんでアクルって、私のことずっと古舘さんなの？
Why do you keep calling me Furutachi-san? Doesn't really make its way into the subtitles, but she has been calling her Furutachi-san. Huh?
ねえ、名前で呼んで。
Like, can't you call me by my first name? She was looking up at me through her lashes, beseechingly. Suddenly feeling awkward, I quickly sat up. The bed squeaked under me as I sank further into it. Okay, that's a sign that you don't want to buy that bed. You never want a squeaky bed.
こんなきしむならこのベッドはなし。
Yes! My point exactly. And also, I think she knows why a squeaky bed would be a bad idea. Trying to mentally distract myself, I looked down at where Furitachi-san still lay on the bed.
いつか必要になったらね。
When I need to, I will.
今じゃん。
You need to now.
今別に必要ないでしょ。
No, I don't. I mean, it was embarrassing. Sure, I'd called plenty of girls by their first name before, but there was something awkward about this.
なんかわかんないけど。
Not that I really get it myself, yeah.
もう
Why would it be bad?
せっ
Explain.
かく最高なタイミングだったのに。
That was the perfect timing and everything. Oh, Ren. Why would it be bad? Okay, the reason it would be bad is because when you have to get up at night to go to the bathroom or get some water, the bed will squeak. And that'll disturb other people in their sleep. And it's not good. So you want a non-creaky bed. Exactly, exactly. Koniko understands. This is important. You want to keep noise to a minimum. Propping her chin on the pillow, Furitachi-san murmured to herself sulkily. Feeling a little sorry for her, I addressed her with a slightly kinder tone as I suggested we move on. Wait, so you feel sorry for her? You feel sorry for her for refusing to refer to her by her own name as she's requested? You feel sorry for not being able to do what she's asked you to do? I'm shaking my head, shaking my head.
うん
What was that inquisitive tone?
やっぱりこっちの方が。
Ah, that's it.
ねえ、それ必要なくない？
Hey, do you really need one of those? After purchasing all the necessities we currently needed, we were about to head home when my gaze landed on a particular store. Or rather than the store itself, the items it had on display.
だってコウヘイくんが持ってるし。私も欲しい。
It's the same one Kohei-kun has. I want it. I was staring at a sword just like the Wakizashi short sword Kohei-kun carried. It seemed that this was a limited time pop-up store for Children's Day.
コスプレってやつ？したいの？
Is that for, like, cosplay? You do that?
いや、私はしないけど、でもあったら生活が充実すると思わない？
No, I don't. But don't you feel like your life would be complete if you had it? Just having it in my room would feel like Kohei-kun was there with me.
それにコウヘイくんの好きなものは私も好きになりたいし。
And anything that's important to Kohei-kun is important to me too.
アクルもそんな女の子みたいなこと考えるんだ。
So you do act like a girl sometimes.
声に出てた？
It showed.
もっと私の好きなもの好きになってくれてもいいのに。
I should care about the things I like for once. Furitachi-san clung to my arm, looking sullen. She must have looked pretty funny because the store clerk smiled our way.
じゃあ古舘さんの好きなものって何？
So, what are you into anyway? 3, 2, 1. I wanted to look around some more, but didn't feel I could talk to the clerk with Furitachi-san hanging off my arm. Without much else to do, I carried on the conversation. Come on, we know what you're gonna say. What are you into? She seemed to be thinking hard. Then she glanced my way. Called it! I freaking called it!
いやなんでやねん。
My condolences.
アクルがツッコミした。
You totally made a joke.
それじゃ私ナルシストになっちゃうじゃない。
Wouldn't it be narcissistic to agree?
あ、確かに。
Oh, I guess so. I never thought about myself like that before, so I didn't really get it, but for some reason, this girl genuinely seemed to like me.
本当によくわからないけど。
I really don't get why though. I didn't understand most of what she said and did, but this was probably the thing that made the least sense to me. I got that she was into girls, but there were plenty of other women out there.
前から思ってたんだけど、私のどこがいいの？年だって違うし、接点なんてなかったのに。
So, I've thought this from the start, but what's so great about me anyway? We're different ages, and we have absolutely nothing in common.
直感？
Just a feeling?
直感
A feeling. It was a simple answer, but
ちょっとシンプルすぎない？
isn't that a bit too simple?
昔パパに言われたの。雷が落ちたみたいにビビーっときたら、それが運命の人だって。
My daddy once told me that if you ever meet someone who makes you feel like you've been struck by lightning, then they're your soulmate.
はあ。
だから、アクルは私にとっては運命の人なの。
Which means you're my soulmate, Akuru.
ふーん。
I really did not get this girl. How did someone end up infatuated with an older stranger over such a simplistic
それ
reason?
と、アクル可愛いし。
Plus, you're super cute.
それはちょっと違うと思うけど。
I'm not sure where you got that from. Something felt off about being called cute by a much younger and much cuter girl than me.
照れてる？可愛い。
Oh, are you blushing? So cute. She pressed herself against my arm with a smile on her face, way cuter than anything ever to grace my own.
こんな可愛い仕草、私ができたのなんて何歳の頃までだっけ？
When was the last time I could get away with acting so adorable? We eventually finished up shopping and headed home. Laden down with bags of daily supplies and one Japanese sword. She ended up getting it. She ended up getting the wakizashi, did she? Oh, there's a face we've not seen for at least an hour. Hour and a half.
ここは、あ、こうしようかな。
Here? Oh, like this? As soon as I opened the front door, a voice drifted out to greet me.
いい感じ。
Yep, looks good. I shouted in the direction of the sound.
ただいま
I'm home.
アクル、おかえり。
Oh, Akuru, welcome back. She poked her head out from the bathroom and grinned at
ち
me.
ょうどよかった。見て見て。
Perfect timing. Take a look at this. I already had a bad feeling about this. I was exhausted from my work, so my first instinct was to ignore her. But Furitachi-san had already caught hold of me and was dragging me into the bathroom with her.
どうしたの？
What's going on? Ta-da! Getting the hedgehog ready here. Okay, I'm fine. She held her hands out to the sink area, where 2 toothbrushes stood in the center. The mirror above had been decorated with what seemed like highlighter pen.
ねえ、可愛くない？
Isn't it cute?
派手。
Very bright.
可愛いじゃん。
Oh, it's totally cute. Beside a picture of a bunny drawn in pink was a speech bubble with the words, "Good morning."
スペル間違ってるし。
Oh wait, God morning. No, God moaning. God morning. I mean, it's probably close to how you'd pronounce it. God moaning. Oh dear. What? Where?
ここ。ほら、ペン貸して。
Here, give me the pen.
どうぞ。
Okay. I took the pen from her and added an extra O to the God and an R to the moaning. When I handed the pen back, she looked at me with sparkling eyes.
こういうの同性っぽいかも。初めての共同作業みたいな。
This feels totally like our first joint learning experience or something.
どちらかといえば、親戚の子の勉強を見てる感覚よ。こっちは。
It felt more like teaching some relative snotty kid to me. Looking around, I saw it wasn't just the mirror. The drab bathroom was now punctuated by splashes of vivid colour from Furitachi-san's things.
あ、食器とかも置いたんだよ。
Oh, I arranged the cutlery and stuff too. When she dragged me out into the kitchen, I found it dotted with garish colours, just like the bathroom.
使いづらそう。
This isn't the most convenient arrangement. The cooking utensils she'd made me buy because they were cute now hung above the sink. Looking at it from the perspective of efficiency, they were kind of in the way.
いい感じでしょ?
Looks good, right?
まあいっか。
Sure. Still, her enthusiasm was so funny that I couldn't help but smile lightly. Listening to her explaining why she'd placed everything where she did was starting to make me feel like we really were living as a couple.
いや、古舘さんは恋人じゃないけど。
Even though she's not my girlfriend. I think you're trying to convince yourself here more than anyone else. Girlfriends aside, I bet it'd be nice to live with my husbando, Kohei-kun. Or Kohei-kun. I've got to get that pronunciation down. It's Kohei. In fact, I wished we did live together.
浩平君もこの子みたくはしゃぎそうだな。
Kohei. I bet he'd be excitable as she is. I don't know, that doesn't really seem to fit his character. Maybe a little?
おお、これはフライパンというのか。かまどいらずとな。それは本当に芯まで火が通るのかい?
So this is a frying pan? No need for a hearth. Does it really heat everything all the way through? Kohei-kun gazed at the utensils with interest before glancing around the rest of the room. It was so endearing, the way his movements reminded me of when he was sword fighting. It's kind of uncommon for the long E sound to be romanized as A instead of A. Or E instead of A. Yeah, still working it out.
浩平君ほんとかわいい。毎日料理作ってあげたい。いや、むしろ一緒に作りたい。
Kohei-kun is so cute. I want to cook for him every day. No, wait, I want to cook together. Kohei-kun was very particular about his food, so he probably wouldn't want to leave it all to me. I painted a mental picture of my life together with Kohei-kun.
ああ、時計変えてなかった。
Oh, I didn't replace the clock yet.
浩平君とお揃いの食器。
Matching crockery with Kohei-kun. That'd be nice.
届かない。ねえ、アクル、助けて。
Can't reach. Hey, Akaru, help me.
は?
Huh? Snap back to reality. Furitachi-san's voice pulled me out of my daydream with Kohei-kun and back to reality. The moment I snapped back to my senses... Ah! Huh?
レン、何やってんの?
Ren, what are you doing?
時計取ろうとしてるんだけど、これじゃ全然届かなくて。
I was just trying to get the clock down, but I can't reach. In her hand was a sword. It was the one I'd bought when we went shopping together, the same as Kohei-kun had.
ストップ! 時計なら私が取るから!
Stop! I'll get the clock. Wait. Is the sword gonna be a gun on the wall? Is this sword a Chekhov's gun in sword form? Is someone gonna get hit by the sword? This sword is gonna see some use by the end of this game. I am not kidding. I am not kidding. It's gonna see some use. I rushed to stop her as she wielded the sword and its sheath like a pair of shears, attempting to pry the clock off the wall. Wow. Ren gazed at me in wide-eyed surprise.
これはそんなに雑に扱っていいものじゃないの。
This is supposed to be treated with care.
ごめん。
Sorry.
もう壊れたらどうするの?
What if you'd broken it? Glaring at her, I hugged the sword to my chest. But rather than look apologetic, Ren was still staring at me dumbfounded.
アクル、今。
Akaru, you just...
何?
Just what?
なんでもない。
Nothing, never mind. Wait, did she refer to... Yes, she referred to her as Ren, didn't she? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where? Yes, Ren, what are you doing?
レン、何やってんの?
She referred to her by her first name. She referred to her by her first name. Okay, that's a point. This is good. She smiled at me, her cheeks flushed. I was confused by her reaction, but at least she seemed to understand. Hmm?
じゃあ私お風呂掃除してくるね。
Oh, I'm gonna go clean the bath. Her tone was so elated she could feel a helium balloon, and she skipped off like she was in the best mood ever.
ありがとう。
Thanks? I thanked her as I tossed my shawl onto the sofa. What on earth had gotten into her? Singing away. I wonder if that's like the theme tune or something. As I watched her head off into the bathroom, humming happily to herself, it finally struck me.
名前。
Oh, I called her by her first name. Well, you said you'd do it when you had to. The break room at the Imperial Asso Hotel was quiet and still. The hands of the clock had passed 3 a.m, and in a corner of the room, the lights were turned off to allow staff to grab some shut-eye. In the darkness, I slowly opened my eyes.
おい、早星。
Yo, hi Hoshi.
まったく、早星は寝ぼすけだな。
Jeez, you're such a sleepyhead.
ダメだよ、前川。アクルンは仕事で疲れてるんだから。
What do you mean, Mayakawa? Akuru's tired from work.
誰？
Who's there? My head still fuzzy, I slowly opened my eyes. There before me was a beautiful boy, with big round eyes and a high, straight nose.
前川くん。
Mayakawa-kun! It was, undeniably, the husbando I had stanned up until half a year ago. Mayakawa-kun. Okay,
ま
Stan...
ったく、そんな
Stan
だら
made
け
it
た姿
into
勢じ
the...
ゃ、この国では生きていけないぞ。
Stan has made it into the translation, apparently. That's only going to slightly date this game. It's only going to slightly date it, but here we are. Honestly, you're going to have to shape up if you want to survive here. This was Hirota Maekawa, already an experienced warrior at just 15 years of age. Flustered, I leapt out of my chair. The man to the side of us put his hand to his chin and chuckled.
君はもしかしてエプシオン？
And you're Epsilon.
アクルン、久しぶり。高校以来かな。
Akurun, when was the last time I saw you? Must have been high school. A sweet, cherubic face surrounded by shining golden curls. Epsilon was another husbando of mine. Despite being the enemy, he was wildly popular with female fans. And Komuke a decade ago had been awash with his...
なんであなたたちが？
with his... Oh, she's just talking. Awash with his... Wait, was that just edited out entirely for the Steam version? So yeah, he's basically been covered in doujinshi a lot. What are you doing here? At the same time as I shouted in confusion, another figure appeared behind them. That small frame. An indigo kimono. Could it be...
なんでとはひどいの。
What a rude question. Kohei-kun. My husbando of husbandos. The man I stand above all others. The master swordsman, Akiyama Kohei-kun.
お主とわしの仲じゃないか。
I thought you and I had something special. Kohei-kun said, coming to stand beside me. Wrapping his little body around my arm, he gazed up at me. Huh?
だってアクルは私の運命の人でしょ？
My soulmate. Hmm?
レン
Then...
嬉しい。やっと名前呼んでくれたね。アクル？
I'm so happy. You finally called me by my first name, Akuru. This is getting weird, man. She's having a dream. She's having a trippy dream where her love for her Oshis is being replaced by love for Ren. It's a long process, but we'll get there. Ren slowly brought her face closer to mine. When she was close enough that I could feel her breath across my skin, she slowly closed her eyes and...
ストップ！
Clatter. The loud noise of a chair toppling over echoed through the stillness of the break room.
あ あーちゃん
Shino returns. Achan? Shino, help me! My best friend peered down at me as I puddled on the floor and grabbed hold of her like she was a lifeboat in a stormy sea. She cocked her head at me
大丈
curiously.
夫なんだかうなされてたけど
You okay? Seems like you were having a nightmare.
あ、なんだ夢か。
What? Oh, it was a dream. Looking around, I found no one there but Shino. I got myself up and sat back down on the chair with a sigh of relief as Shino turned on the lights.
でもなんだったのレンって叫んでさこっちのがびっくりしたよ
But what the hell was all that about? You were shouting Ren! Scared the crap out of me.
それは
Well,
もしかしてこれ
anything to do with this? Her eyes narrowed mischievously, and she stuck up her little finger. I'd never seen anyone make that old-fashioned gesture in real life.
恋人じゃないわよ。ただの同居人。
She's not my lover. She's just my
へ
roommate.
え同居人同居人
Oh, just a roommate, huh? Wait, roommate? Her already narrow eyes narrowed even further as she regarded me suspiciously.
そう。シノも知ってるでしょ。この前カフェで会った強運金髪ギャル。
Yeah, you know her actually. Remember that lucky blonde girl we met at the cafe before?
うわ
What?
何大声出さないでよ。夜勤中は頭に響くんだから。
What? Don't shout, you'll give me a
ー
headache.
どういうこと
What's going on?
そういうことです。
Do you mean? I get the feeling that Akira is still half asleep at this point. I looked away, wondering to myself what in the hell even was going on. But Shino didn't let up on me.
どうやったら街で会ったギャルと一緒に暮らすことになるのギャルゲーか
Oh, for goodness sake, don't lampshade it too much, game. How the hell did you end up living with some random girl you met in town? What is this, an eroge? Yeah, I think that's the second time that Shino's, like, lampshaded the fact that this is a game. She's previously said, oh, this is a setting that I got out of a manga. Or, oh, what is this, an eroge? Shino is the meta character. It does seem so. I like meta characters. I think I like Shino. I like Shino a lot.
それは不可抗力で。
I couldn't say no. Yeah, and that's probably how this ship's gonna sail at this rate. I sighed. There was no use lying to Shino. So I went ahead and explained everything that had happened after meeting Ren at the cafe. After I'd finished telling her the story, Shino was silent for a moment. Then she muttered to
あ
herself,
ーちゃんまさかギャルに手出して
I can't believe you put the moves on that teeny bopper. Can we not use teeny bopper as a translation for a gal? A gyaru? Can we not have teeny bopper? Please? I shouldn't be smirking here. Can we not use that as a term? It makes it sound even worse. To be entirely honest, it makes it sound even worse.
ない
I didn't! I cut her off vehemently. I was already exhausted enough from the waves of conference people harassing me at the front desk. I didn't need this on top of it. Teeny bopper, yeah, it's like, it's a really odd term. It just kind of refers to kind of teenagers who like go to clubs and parties and stuff like that. It's not one that's used very often. Like, yeah, not a word that's used very often generally, but it does get the image across, but it's an attempt to translate it, but it's more of a transliteration rather than a localization. There's not really... yeah, it's just a translation error. Well, not an error, just a difficulty in translation, I think.
でもプロポーズされたんでしょあの子可愛いしユリってやつもいいと思うけど
But she proposed to you, right? She's pretty cute. You should totally go gay for her.
ユリ
Go gay?
Yuri.
Yeah, like totally Yuri.
いやいや、そんな漫画みたいな。
No, no way. This isn't a freaking manga. Sure, the situation I was in right now was kind of like something straight out of a manga or a game, but a Yuri one? I wasn't into that. Yuri.
それに私は2時のイケメンを追いかけるのが好きなのであって、3時の女に追いかけられるのは違うの。
Besides, I'm only interested in chasing 2D guys. Being chased by a 3D woman is way out of my comfort zone. Uh-huh. Shino didn't sound convinced. Still not completely awake, I slumped face down on the table, enjoying the feel of its cool surface against my skin.
なんかそれよく似た話を聞いたことがあるような。
You know, I feel like I've heard this story somewhere before. Smells like a flower garden. Indeed it
こ
does.
んな話、そんな身近にあってたまるか。
I highly doubt anyone else has been through something as crazy as this. Closing my eyes, I thought back on the dream I'd just been having, and sighed even deeper.
さっきの夢、前半だけもう一回見れないかな。
I wish I could see that first part again.
あ、そうそう。
I've got it. After thinking to herself for a moment, shouldn't that be Shino, seemed to have a light
ほ
bulb
ら、
moment.
昔のアニメであったやつだ。懐かしいな。まーちゃんもうちに来てよく読んでなかったっけ？
Excuse me? Excuse me? Right, it was in this old manga. Man, that takes me back. You used to read it whenever you were around at my place, remember? Huh?
鬼族の地球侵略をかけて地球代表の主人公と鬼族代表のヒロインが鬼ごっこするの。その時に主人公がヒロインに求愛するんだけど、それにそっくり。
This race of aliens invade Earth, and the human leader ends up in this cat and mouse game with the alien heroine. In that one, it's the heroine courting the hero, but it's pretty much the
求
same.
愛って、それは誤解だから。
Courting? You know that marriage thing was all a misunderstanding.
それも含めて。
Yeah, that part's similar too. Whoa. I had a vague recollection of the story Shino was talking about. She'd had a ton of manga, and there was that one particular series I couldn't put down.
あ
Right.
主人公が幼馴染にした求婚をヒロインは自分のものだと思っちゃうの。ほら、なんとなく似てるでしょ？
The heroine thinks this marriage proposal the protagonist makes to his childhood friend is meant for her. See? It's totally the same. Yeah, it went something like that. Thinking back on my fuzzy childhood memories. Right, I was totally taken by that tale, wasn't
いい
I?
んじゃない？推しを追いかけてばかりの夢女子とギャルの鬼ごっこ。それはいつの間にか宇宙を巻き込み壮大なラブストーリーにみたいな。
What's the problem? It's like cat and mouse between a cute, trendy girl and a 2D obsessed geek who lives in her head. Throw space into the mix, and you've got yourself one hell of an epic love story.
そんなの宇宙だって迷惑だわ。
I've got enough on my plate without the space part, thanks.
私は好きだけどな。宇宙戦争もの。たくさんの若い兵士が知らぬ間に戦いの前線に行き、そこで生まれる友情や愛情、そして迫る死。いい。
I love that space battle shit. All these hot young soldiers find themselves on the front lines, where friendship and love blossom in the face of imminent death. Shino's voice was soft but frenetic.
シノ、ほんとシネタ好きだよね。
You sure love your death, Vic.
だって死は二人の関係性の終着駅にして頂点だもの。よく考えたら小平くん、死ネタ似合うんじゃ。
Death is the final destination for the relationship, and the ultimate climax. Thinking about it, I can see Kohei-kun in a death fic. Interesting.
やめて、推しを性癖に巻き込まないで。
Stop! Don't drag my husbando into your fantasies. Dear. This reminds me of, slightly of some conversations I've had with, with Ash actually talking about certain series. Mostly hearing about the series, but yeah, some interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. It's not a subject that I tend to go for. I tend to like fluff myself, like Deathfix, like the kind of series where either like the characters die at the end or something bad happens to them, and how that kind of highlights, it kind of deepens the feelings and the relationship between two characters, kind of thing. It's not something that I've ever really looked into myself. It's not something that I tap. It's something that I can appreciate when used as a trope, but it's not what I go to for a fun time. Yeah, we talked about some of the kind of like visual novels that Ash has played as well, and I think Shura's played some of these as well. Ash does talk about them from time to time, but like they're today I learned something today as well. But yeah, just hearing the description of why there's appeal to it actually makes some sense. It actually makes some sense. Like, yeah, like they're driven to the extreme of their circumstances, and then that kind of leads to the discovery or exploration of those feelings, weighed on top of the tragedy of a character dying. Yeah, sure, I played these games. Maybe I shouldn't say too much more. Maybe I shouldn't say too much more. I've said enough, maybe. I've maybe said enough. Yeah, okay. Well, let's continue on. No, please continue. No, I've said enough. If you, let's leave it at saying that Shura and Ash actually have quite a bit in common when it comes to their taste in visual novels. We'll leave it at that. But yeah. Give Shino an opening and she'd run away with it. I liked BL too, but I didn't obsess over the relationships like she did. Not to mention, I couldn't deal with dark stories where the protagonist died yet. That's just too heavy for me. I like fluff. I'll go and grab a bite, see you later. Enjoy your lunch, or whatever meal you happen to be having. Koniko, enjoy the food. And bye for real. Yes, bye for real. See you another time. But yeah, no, dark stories where the protagonist died, they just bum me out. They just bum me out. I like fluff. I like drama. I like action, but I like fluff.
でもまあ、シネタはともかく同人誌とかは増えてほしいよね。ファンミは決まったけど、まだまだ弱小ジャンルだし。
Deathfic aside, I would love to see more doujinshi. They're having this fan event, but it's still a fledgling fandom.
せめて何かしら起爆剤があればね。
We need something to trigger the boom. Shino unlocked her phone and stared down at the screen. Something glimmered in those narrowed eyes of
検
hers.
証オンリーの同人誌即売会とかあれば、みんな本出してくれるかもしれないけど。
If there was a Kensho-only doujinshi event, artists would probably make stuff for it. But that probably wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Before my thoughts could go any further, I heard a grave whisper.
なるほど。
Of course. Shino pushed her glasses up with one finger, squinting down even more intently at her phone. She looked like an evil general plotting her next battle move.
ないなら作ればいいの。
I loved that. Can we play this audio again? Because that was a fantastic delivery.
ないなら作ればいいの。
Nainara, tsukureba ii no.
ないなら作ればいいの。
Tsukureba ii no. That's a great line. One more time.
ないなら作ればいいの。
Yes! That's my girl.
シノ？
Shino. The light from the fluorescent lamps glinted off her milk bottle glasses. The next instant, her fingers were flying over her phone with incredible speed.
何してるの？ツリッタ
Shino, what are you doing? Twitter?
ー？イベント会社に問い合わせ？ う会場を抑えるの？今何時だと。
This girl has some influence. Huh? You emailed an events company? What? You already have the venue? What time did you say? Huh? Huh? Well, Shino moves fast. Colour me impressed. My memory of what happened after that was hazy. All I knew was that, a few days later, I found myself carrying a stack of flyers Shino had designed for the Kensho-only Dojin event. Wow. I like Shino. I like Shino. She's got...
ここがあーちゃんとギャルっ子の愛の巣か。
We're using the term again. Huh? So this is your love nest with that teeny bopper?
いや、もう何度も来たことあるじゃない。
You've been here tons of times before. Shino looked around the room with great interest. She'd been by plenty of times since I moved in, but she seemed excited about it this time.
でもこんなのはなかったよ。
But this wasn't here before.
そんなの勝手に触んないの？
Ah, don't touch that! Shino grinned teasingly as she indicated a bra hanging out to dry on the veranda. It was a pretty pastel pink and very clearly Ren's.
せっかくだし、そのギャルっ子と会ってみたかったんだけどな。
I was really hoping to meet her. Seeing my dark-coloured underwear hanging beside Ren's bright frilly things did look weird. Shino continued staring at the laundry with interest. Perv.
こんなところ見られたらどんなひどいことになるか。
If she saw you here, who knows what would happen? Oh, is that a little cat smile there? I see a little cat smile. Shino. Ah. I think Shino might be my girl. Shino might be my girl. If that whirlwind of jealousy found out we were drawing Dojin of my husbando, who knew how she'd react? Which is why I'd purposely got Shino over here while Ren was out with her friends. Don't do stuff behind your girl's back. You're gonna regret it. She's gonna find out. They always find out. They always find out.
飲み物を出すけど、何がいい？
Speaking of which, quick hydration check from me. Add 1 glass of water. I need more. Oh, I'll guess it's something to drink. What do you want?
なんでもいい。
Anything will do.
あ、ビールあるけど、昼酒しちゃう？
Akira is a good girl. Akira is a good girl. But I think Shino's just winning it for me. Like, Akira and Ren, like, they can have their coupley thing going on. That's completely fine. I'm fully here for it. I want to see it. I like them both. They're both great. But I think Shino's winning in my heart. I think Shino's gonna be my girl. I have a few beers in stock. Want to do some day drinking? I had a couple of cans of beer and chuhai stocked in the fridge, but in terms of soft drink, I only had fizzy water. I was starting to think I should have gone shopping, but thankfully, Shino was okay with the booze.
いいんじゃない？その方がいいネタ思い浮かびそう。
Sure, why not? Might help give me some inspiration. Shino had set her laptop and tablet up at the dining table, and was already scribbling away on them. However, her expression was clouded.
はい。どう？新刊のネタ思いつきそう？
Here you go. So, got any ideas for the new release?
よくあるパロは思いつくんだけど、これっていうのがなくて。
I've come up with plenty of tropes, but none of them are really calling to me.
とりあえず、武蔵と小次郎がメインなんだよね。
It's gonna be Musashi Koshiro, right? I brought up her favourite pairing, prodding her for more info. I loved chatting about this stuff, and I was desperate to know the details.
それが理想だけど、でもオールキャラもいいかなって。まだ解釈が深まってないから、がっつりカップリング本は難しい気がするし。
Yeah, ideally, but I'm thinking it might be nice to include everyone. It's not such an established fandom yet, so probably better not to limit the book to just one specific pairing.
じゃあ浩平くんも出るの？
Oh, so Kohei-kun will be in it?
あーちゃんは欲望に純粋だな。
You wear your desires on your sleeve, Ah-chan.
だって私、シノの漫画好きだもん。セリフだって、まさしくそのキャラが言いそうなセリフで。 本当すごいなっていつも思うよ。
Well, I love your manga. You always write the characters so perfectly. I'm seriously in awe of your talent. Sure, we'd been friends since we were kids, but Shino was like a goddess to me when it came to her fan works. Feeling more and more fired up, I clutched at her hand, and this is the perfect time for Ren to come back.
シノは自分の推しに生命を吹き込んでくれる、まさしく神みたいな存在なの。だから
You're like a goddess who breathes life into my husbandos. So,
浩平くんを描いてほしいって？
you're saying you want me to draw Kohei-kun?
そう、私はシノの描いた浩平くんが見たい。
Yes, I want to see how you draw him. This was an opportunity to have my husbando drawn by my favourite artist. I couldn't let it slip through my fingers. Looking Shino directly in the eye, I squeezed her hand imploringly.
どうしよっかな。浩平くん作画資料必要になりそうだし。
I don't know, I'll need a bunch of reference materials.
それなら私がいくらでもかき集めてくるから。
I can get them for you, as much as you need.
じゃあ描こっかな。浩平くん、私も好きだし。
Well, sure, why not? I'm a fan of his too.
ありがとう、シノ大好き。
Thank you. I love you, Shino. And with both her hands in mine, I gazed into her eyes. I could swear I could see a halo shimmering behind her.
あくるー、ただいま。
Called it! Called it! Is Shino going to use Rena and Akuru for references? She may do. But this is going to end well. Huh?
なんか急に彼氏に呼び出されたからって今日の予定ドタキャンされた。せっかくおしゃれしたのに。
My friend stood me up because her stupid boyfriend wanted to go out. Ugh, and I looked snatched today. What a waste. What? Excuse me, what about... Wait, what's the equivalent of bros before hoes for girls? Like, what's the equivalent? Is it hoes before... Wait, is it hens before men's? Hens before men? Will that do? That'll do. That'll do for now. Someone correct me. Hen before men. By the time I heard the voice from the entryway, it was already too late. I heard the door to the dining room open, followed by a thud of a bag falling to the floor. Le gasp!
あ、こんにちは。
Ah, hi. It's better than what I would have come up with. Cool. Cool beans.
レン、違うの、これは。
Ren, this isn't what it looks like. Saying that makes it even worse.
何よ。この
Did you hear the echo on that? Did you hear the echo on that? That was amazing. Who the hell is this? You got one? Let's hear it, Drazrick.
で、シノはいつまでいんの？
So, how long's she gonna be here? Ren glared sullenly at Shino, refusing to unhook her arms from around my neck. Shino, on the other hand, was grinning like she was having a grand old time. Of course you are. Of course you are. Sisters before misters, I like it. Colour me impressed. Mine would have been sis before his, and chicks before dick. Chicks before dicks, that would also work.
黙ってたのは悪いけ
That's the
ど、
one I was thinking
これは
of.
私たちにとって大事なことなの。それに、ここは私の家だし。
I'm sorry for not telling you, but this is really important to us. Besides, this is my house.
その同人誌ってやつを作ることが？それともシノとの間に何か大切なことがあるの？
What, making this doujinshi thing? Or is there something else important between you two? For some reason, Ren seemed way more interested in my relationship with Shino than the fact we were drawing boys' love. She looked between the two of us with suspicion.
だから、シノはただの幼馴染でオタク友達だって。
I told you, Shino's just an old friend and fellow otaku.
本当に？あくる、シノのことなんかやらしい目で見てるし。
Really? But the way you were looking at her, totally sus. That's the second time there's been a modern reference put into the game. What did we have? We had stanning, because that became a thing like last year when this was being translated. Or if it was being translated, maybe it was originally English, I don't remember. I think it was originally English. But yeah, having totally sus, that's just gonna date this. It's like I've spent enough time around translations that, yeah, well, I suppose I can judge. Totally sus. I mean, it gets the message across, but to someone picking this game up randomly in 5 years, I don't know, maybe they'll still get it, but the reference will go over their heads.
それはあわよくば浩平君をって違う。とにかくしばらくはシノがうちに来ることもあるからレンは口出し無用。
That's because hopefully Kohei-kun... No, never mind. At any rate, she's going to be over here fairly often, so butt out. And localizing slang is hard. It is hard, to be fair.
そうそう。合鍵も持ってるし、勝手に使ってるかも。
I sure am. I have a spare key, so I'll probably just drop by whenever. Oh, I'm pretty sure that Ren doesn't have a key yet. Oh, we have some drama. Dear. And yeah, localizing slang is hard. What I would do if it was me, like I don't have enough of a commanding knowledge of Japanese and English to be able to make it. But what I would do is I would look at the kind of slang that was used in the original version, and if it was like a dated piece of slang, like if it was some Japanese equivalent of sus or something like that, then I would actually make it something similar in the English version. But if it was something that's if it's like ingrained in the Japanese vernacular, I would try and find some equivalent parallel in English, but it's kind of the trick. I suppose if you're Japanese, you're probably going to be more familiar with like if you're young in Japanese and you're doing this kind of translating work, you're probably going to be more familiar with like memes and stuff in English. Whereas you would need to have like a really good understanding of both languages' slang to be able to find really good parallels between the two. Or maybe like work as a team, like someone doing the general translation to get the base message across, and then someone afterwards to go, I see what word you're using here, but let's talk about the word choice, kind of thing. Like that's whatever. I've never done, you know, translating work, but whenever I'm like editing work that someone's written or translated, then I will usually have a discussion about the specific word choice that people will use. So yeah, enough of a tangent there, I think. Enough of a tangent there. Shino, you still have all the points. You're such a... Now, if it had been Shino, who, like, when I had that choice earlier on, where it was like, oh, no, I'm sorry too, or are you really sorry? If it had been Shino I was picking for, I would have totally said, yeah, are you really sorry? Because Shino would make it a joke. That's her style. That is how Shino do.
まあ、うちのがシノの家より職場近いしね。
Well, my place is closer to work than yours. That reminded me that I had indeed given her a spare key, figuring that if I ever lost mine, she'd be able to help me out.
合鍵？アクル、どういうこと？
A key? What the hell, Akaru?
レンにだって渡したでしょ？
I gave you one too. Oh, well, okay. Drama averted. Drama averted. We're still good. We're still good.
私だけだって思ってたのに。
I thought it was only me.
もともと一人暮らし始めた時にはもらってたもんね。
I got mine when she first moved in here.
アクルの浮気者！
Okay, that just annoys me. Hydration check. I'm out of hydration, sadly. Ah, this translation. No, don't bonk yourself. It's alright. Akaru, you cheater! You thought! Don't translate baka as thought. Don't put baka as thought. Keep baka in. Baka's been around for as long as translations have. You don't remove Baka. How dare you? Call her a Baka. Call her an idiot. Just call her an idiot. We know what you mean. We know what Baka is. We've been here long enough. We don't need to call her a thought. Oh, that pisses me off. Yeah. I wish an extra round of editing work had been done on this script. Just a little extra round of editing work. And I'd have been happy. That's what the reviews were talking about. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I can deal with it. I can deal with it because I know enough to see what they're really doing here. A lot of the time when I'm reading something that's been translated from Japanese, like even if it's not got audio, even if it isn't audio, I'll still be able to go, okay, I can see what the original I see what the original version would have been going for. I can read between the lines. No, it's not literally unplayable. I'm saying literally the opposite. The thing is, I can read between the lines of the translation. I can read between the lines to guess at what the original message would have been, and I can still enjoy it for what it is. So I can still read between the lines. I heard Baka. You cheater, you Baka! After screeching directly into my ear, Ren stormed off into the bedroom and slammed the door. Shino smirked at me again as I tried to quell the ringing in my ears.
思ったより面白いじゃん、ギャル子。
This teeny bopper's even more of a wild ride than I expected. Also, could we just call her a gal or gyaru? Because that's what she said, isn't it?
思ったより面白いじゃん、ギャル子。
Gyaruko. Yeah, she's a gyaruko. A gal girl. Double it. Also, you can see her nail varnish over here. You can see her nail varnish over here. That's what she said, eh? Yeah. Yeah, but gal doesn't have the same meaning in English. It's true, but like, it's true, like, how else do you translate it? But teeny bopper, that's really not the word I would use. That feels very, very 90s, early 2000s to me. Very dated.
こっちは全然楽しくないんだけど。
Yeah, well, I want off this wild ride, she says. I'm really enjoying this, though. This is fun. During the month leading up to the Dojinshi event, Shino regularly came over to my place so we could work on stuff together. Are we just skipping over a whole month of cohabitation? Really? Then, the day before the Dojin event...
あーちゃん、終わった。あとは表紙と後書きだけ。
Ah-chan, I'm done. Now it's just the cover and the afterword.
シノ最高だよ、このコピー本。もはやクオリティがオフセット本だよ。
Shino, this is amazing. It's all home printed, yet it looks like something from a professional printer.
あとは頼んだ。私はちょっと眠る。
Ah, the final day crunch. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Gotta sleep. A limited time event had started in Kensho just 3 days before the event, and yesterday morning she told me it had given her ideas for a plot. It happens. Last minute work. You know, that must be one of the amazing things about a Dojin event. You know, like if you were to go to a Comiket or something like that, you go there and then you just see every artist, they're exhausted but having the time of their lives. You just know that what you're holding in your hands was finalized probably hours before you're actually picking it up. Amazing.
それなのにこのクオリティ、さすがシノ、すごすぎる。
Yet she's produced something of this quality. That's Shino, always going above and beyond. I look through the 8-page draft on my computer screen again as I saved it onto a USB stick. I'd have to go print more copies at the convenience store while Shino slept. Gonna attend a premiere? Enjoy the premiere. Enjoy.
あれ、アクル出かけるの？
Huh? Are you going out?
うん。寝室にシノがいるから寝かせてあげてね。
Yeah. Shino's asleep in the bedroom, so let her rest, okay?
私たちのベッドなのに。
What? In our bed?
いつからレンのものになったの？
Since when did it become your bed? Sometime over the previous month. We've been missing out on all these scenes of cohabitation. We've just been missing all of them. All of these cohabitation scenes. We've missed them. A whole month's worth. I know that's kind of how this story's written. It's kind of written in individual chapters or episodes. But I want to see more. I want to see more of a long-term plot. I want to see slow developments and little things here and there as it slowly in the grand overarching story leads towards something. Skipping over a whole month seems like a big wasted opportunity. I'm still here for it, don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying myself. Moulding. I am not moulding. I'm not moulding. I love my hair too much. But, just opportunities for cohabitation. There's so much fluff potential here and it's just being slightly squandered. I don't know. We'll probably get more. We'll get more. I can bear with it. I am moulding. I'm not moulding. No. No. This is like the definition of moulding. Okay. Well, okay. That's the thing. Okay, so my gold standard for a Yuri cohabitation story, the absolute gold standard, has got to be Kobayashi-san's Dragon Maid. It's just... It's the perfect cohabitation story. And like it's not even that Yuri, to be honest. Like there's definitely Yuri elements there, but it's not like an actual... I don't know, actually, I suppose it is kind of on par with this. Yeah, actually, no, they're pretty much one-to-one. But it does a much better job of having an overall arc and story. Yeah. Oh well. Ren had been on the sofa, engrossed in painting her nails, and apparently hadn't heard my exchange with Shino. Although she sounded miffed, she returned to the sofa in defeat.
コンビニで本文を印刷して、シノが起きたらまた表紙を印刷して最後に製本か。今夜は徹夜かな。
Gotta print out the books at the convenience store. I'm surprised a convenience store can print out in such good quality. Then, after Shino wakes up, print the cover. Then, finally, bind them together. Guess I'm pulling an all-nighter. When I mentally calculated the time I would need, including for setup prep, I clearly didn't have anywhere near enough. Even if I did manage to grab some sleep, it wouldn't be more than a couple hours.
でも、もとい、推しの本のためなら。
But it's for my husbando. Or for his book at least. Boop the beat booper. That's what you do. You boop the beat booper. Firing myself up with these thoughts, I grabbed my coat and headed out.
で、これ印刷ミスしてない？
Is this a printing error? Shino muttered after taking a few pages from the stack of copies and scanning through them. I immediately felt myself break out in a cold
4
sweat.
ページだけ途中から逆さまになってる。
Page 4 is back to front. That's okay, you just need to print out one more sheet. Like if it's 8 pages, we're talking... that's like half the pages, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's bad.
嘘！
What? You're kidding? Yeah, always print out one copy. Print out one test copy, check it for any errors, and then print the rest. Seeing it in a different format makes a massive difference. Print it out once, then do the mass copying, or the mass printing, would be my suggestion. Looking down at the page she held out to me, I saw that it had indeed been printed backward.
もしかしてあの時。
Don't tell me. I remembered how, because it had been taking so long, I'd paused in the middle of printing to let another customer use the machine. I must have put the page back the wrong way around.
私、コンビニ行ってすり直してくる。
I'll go back and reprint it right now.
あ、ついでにエネルギードリンク何か買ってきて。あとアイス。
Oh, could you pick me up an energy drink or something while you're out there? And some ice cream.
了解。その間、シノは値札作ってて。あとお品書きも更新しないと。
Sure thing. You can make the price tags while I'm gone. Oh, and we need to update the product list too.
オッケー。
Okie dokie. Ren arrived back from buying things for dinner just as I was rushing out. She looked bewildered.
何これ。
What's going on?
レンおかえり。あ、夕飯は適当に食べてて。
Hey, Ren. Oh, go ahead and eat without me.
私とアクルのうち
Our beautiful house. She muttered to herself as she looked around the dining room. The table was covered in piles of paper, along with staplers and tapes scattered amidst the stacks.
が。ああ、レンちゃんありがとう。ちょうどお腹減ってたんだ。
Oh, thanks, Ren. I was just starting to feel peckish.
シノのために買ってきたんじゃないんだけど。っていうか、このごちゃごちゃした部屋は何なの？
I didn't buy any of this for you. Anyway, what's this mess?
触っちゃダメ。ページ崩れるから。
Ah, no, don't touch that. You'll mess up the page order. Her hand stopped just short of touching the paper. She started to tremble all over. Aww, she feels neglected.
もう何なの？
I can't take this.
ああ、ソースの濃い味がしみる。
This is some good sauce. Are we talking about the source of inspiration here, or are we talking about something you're eating?
私のお好み焼き。
Okay, she's talking about the stuff that she's eating, the okonomiyaki.
あれ、これレンちゃんのだったの？美味しそうだったから食べちゃった。
Oh, this was yours? It looked good, so I just went for it.
楽しみにしてたのに。
I was looking forward to that.
じゃあ、私コンビニ行ってくるから。
Okay, I'll be right back. Is she gonna come with? Shoving my wallet and the USB stick into my bag, I hurried out the front door. From behind, I heard Ren's resentful wail floating out after me.
もうやだ。
Ah, kill me! I would have gone for something like, oh, seriously? Or something like that. Not quite as dramatic as kill me. But that's just me. It was the day of the Kensho only Dojinshi event. My voice rang out through the hall, unusually warm for April, from her booth's position along the wall.
コピー本完売です。新刊まだあります。
Copybook is all sold out. Latest release still available. Beside me, Shino mechanically handed out copies of her latest book, the bags under her eyes prominent. The all-nighter she'd pulled had turned her into the walking dead.
新刊楽しみにしてました。先生が検証を書いてくれるなんて本当に嬉しくて。
I've been so excited for your new release. I'm so happy you drew something for Kensho.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Although her tone was robotic, she at least managed to smile for the fan. I'm sure she was happy with how things had turned out, but at the same time, she seemed almost out of energy.
あ、お釣り500円です。
Here's your 500 yen change.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
あ、すみません。もっと後ろ詰めてください。
Oh, sorry, could you move in a bit, please? I hurriedly corralled the line in front of the booth. I was in the customer service industry and used to helping out at Shino's booths, but even my legs and back were starting to protest.
ちょっと座りたい。
I need to sit down.
シノ、
Shino!
ついに限界が。
Wait, did I miss something? Shino crumpled down onto a flimsy folding chair like a broken robot. The pitiful sight of her almost brought tears to my eyes, but I forced myself to smile.
私に任せて。シノは休んでて。
You take a break and leave the booth to me.
ありがとう。もうすぐ助っ人が来るから。
Thanks. Help will arrive soon. The moment her butt touched the seat, she was fast asleep, like her batteries had been removed.
お、助っ人？
Huh? Help? Before I really had time to think about what she'd said, I noticed the line had formed in front of the booth and hurried back to my post.
コピー本はもう売り切れで、後でツリッターでも公開するので、ちょっと今新刊出すので待ってください。
The copybook is already sold out, but we'll be sharing it on Twitter soon. Oh, let me just grab some more copies of the new book. One moment, please. As I crouched down under the table to get out some more stock, I noticed the venue was buzzing about something.
何？
What the...
何？写真？いいよ。 可愛く撮ってね。
Oh, here we go. Here we go, people. Here we go. Huh? What's that? A selfie? Sure, just make sure I look cute, okay? The eye of the storm was heading this way. I heard a staff member call out, "No running," which was answered with a breezy, "Sorry."
もしかして
No way. That cheerful voice brought a particular person to mind, but no, I couldn't be. Please, God, no. But my prayers went unanswered, because there she was.
どこ？
Akuru, where are you? Yeah. Oh, yes.
めっちゃ
Here we
人多
go.
くて全然見つからなかったんだけど。
Oh, there you are. It's so busy here. I couldn't find you. This is okay. This, we have no need of hedgehog. We have no need of hedgehog here. No, boss, get rid of the hedgehog. No, no, we have no need of the hedgehog. We don't need the hedgehog. We don't need the hedgehog. No, no, hedgehog, go away. Go away, hedgehog. This is fine. This is completely fine. This is very clearly cosplay. This is very clearly cosplay. This is completely fine. Oh, there you are. It's so busy here. I couldn't find you. Ren? I stared in wide-eyed surprise at the figure waving in my direction. She was wearing an off-shoulder tiger print bikini and horns peeked out from her long hair.
どう？可愛い？
What do you think? Do I look cute? It looked like she'd taken inspiration from one of the demon enemies in Kensho and put her own slightly, no, extremely sexy spin
なん
on
か
it.
シノがこれ着てきなさいって。アクル、こういうの好きなんでしょ？
Shino told me to come wearing this. You like this look, right? Ren put her hand to her chest and looked up at me through her long
意
lashes.
外とエッチなんだね。アクル？
You're actually kinda kinky, Akuru. Oh my.
シノー！
Shino! She'd said help was coming, but this was the opposite. I desperately shook the sleeping schemer by the shoulder, but she didn't even stir. Bruh.
いつの間にこんなの仕込んでたのよ。
When did she plan this?
新刊は？
Could I get that book?
はい、ちょっとお待ちください。
Yes, one moment please. Oh, clicked off. Hmm? Well, there was nothing I could do about it now. At these events, it was customary to rope in anyone you could possibly could to help. And in the face of these crowds, I'd welcome whatever was on offer.
でも、後で美味しいもの買ってあげるから、ちょっと手伝って。
Ben, come help out too. I'll treat you to dinner after.
アクルが私のこと頼ってる？
Huh? Akuru, did you just ask me to do something for you?
とりあえずお金受け取って、本は私が出すから。
You take the money, and I'll hand over the books. Okay. Beaming, Ren nodded, moving Shino out of the way like a sack of potatoes so she could stand beside me.
とにかく、この状況を何とかしないと、おちおち検証本も買いに行けないわ。
Anyway, I've got to make it through this. Need to make sure I have time to go buy some dojin for myself. I shouldn't complain about her popularity. Crouching beneath the table, I gave myself a quick pep talk before standing up to face the crowds again.
疲れた。
Ah, I'm so tired. I collapsed into a chair with a heavy sigh. Shino, revived by her nap, headed off to the shipping counter to arrange to send her luggage and purchases.
今日はお疲れ様。なんだかんだ助かったわ。
Thanks so much for today. You're a real help.
ねえ、本当？やった。
Oh, really? Yay! Cosplay aside, having Ren there meant I was able to go do some of my own shopping, so I had nothing but gratitude. If we ignored the cosplay.
それに、たくさん新刊買えたし、本当に嬉しい。
I bought so many new dojins. I'm so happy right now. I cleared off the table and plonked down a huge tote bag and several paper bags onto it. Inside were so many Kohi-kun dojins, it seemed like I'd bought up the whole event. She doesn't seem like she's ignoring the cosplay. No, the cosplay is very much on her mind. The cosplay is very much on her mind.
これであと1ヶ月。いや、1年は戦えるわ。
Ah, these will give me the strength to keep going for another month. A year even. Yeah. You gotta get your fuel. You gotta get your fuel. Clutching my spoils to my chest, I savoured the joy they brought me. I was so happy. All the hard work had been worth it.
レンもありがとう。
Thanks, Ren.
あくる
Akaru. Do I need to do those lines? I don't think I need to do those lines. I may not look like it, but on the inside, Akaru is screaming. I know I am. I am also screaming internally. Ren clasped her hands to her chest, then made a leap for me. At the same time, I noticed someone else approaching.
さん
Seta-san! Who's Seta? Seeing her smiling face brought a smile to mine. Dumping my stuff back onto the table, I scrambled to my
お、
feet.
カナラセヤマさん。
Oh, now that's a surname. Kanaraseyama-san. Kanaraseyama. That's a good name. Kanaraseyama-san was an artist around my own age, who also stanned Kohei-kun. She looked like she was on her way out as she came toward me, rolling a suitcase along with her. Huh? Slipping out of Ren's grasp, I dashed over to Kanaraseyama-san, who wore a sophisticated smile on her face.
セッタさんもサークル参加だったんですね。
So, you were at the circle this time too?
です。あと新刊すっごく最高でした。小平君をあえてシャツではなくパーカーがくらにするところなんて最高すぎてほんと神かと。
Wow, now that was a burst of sound. Yep. Oh my god, your new book is amazing. Seeing Kohei-kun in a hoodie and uniform was too much. You're a freaking god.
もう読んでくれたんですか？ありがとうございます。
Oh, you read it already? Thank you so much. Oh, that should have her name there.
楽しみすぎて家まで待ちきれなくて、表紙からして最高だったんですが、特に5ページ目のセリフは吹き出しから浩平くんの声が聞こえてきて、ほんと好き。
I was too excited to wait till I got home. The cover's to die for, but those lines on page 5, I swear I could hear Kohei-kun saying them. I loved it. I took Kanaraseyama-san's hand in mine as I relayed my feelings about her newest work. Somehow, words didn't seem enough to convey all my emotions, and I squeezed her hand tightly.
あくる
Jealousy from Ren?
お、
Huh?
この
Urakimono. Is that not cheater? Urakimono. Urakimono. I'm pretty sure that's cheater. You thought! Don't call her a thought, call her a cheater. Wump. The bag arced gracefully through the air to hit me square in the head. My vision spun and pain ran through the back of my skull. Yes, I thought it was
もう
cheater.
あくるなんて知らないからもうあくるなんて知らないから
Like, that was that not like I don't know you or something? You are dead to me, Akaru. That's way more harsh. That's a very harsh thing to say. Huffing with rage, Ren spun on her heel and stalked off. And so, I ended the passionate day of Dojinshi with a lump on my head to remember it by. Too rough on the translation. Yeah, I think it could have done with a really just one more editing pass, just to make sure that it flowed well, that the like the translation was solid, that it didn't, you know, that it actually worked properly. I think personally, I would ideally do a translation in 3 steps. You do a transliteration, where you literally translate the work word for word with context appropriate, and then you would localize it so that you can make any changes, so that you could account for any, you know, particular like turns of phrase, that kind of thing. And then you would take an editing pass over it afterwards just to make sure that the final translation does make full sense and is appropriate. Yeah, I think this one probably went straight for like a straight translation run. I'm no translator myself, so, and with a work this long, it's quite a lot of effort. So, you know, maybe it's not possible to do that whole bespoke work all the time, but yeah, I would have at least done another editing pass over the translation to make sure that it did work well. But then I'm a nitpicker. I'm really a nitpicker. But yeah, let's continue on for now. We'll maybe play for another half hour or so, and then we'll see if we can find a good break point. Ren had been acting weird lately.
あれ、人参ってどう切るんだっけ？まあいっか。一口サイズで。
How do you cut the carrots again? Whatevs. Bite-sized pieces. Ren moved the knife energetically, chopping the carrot into chunks. They clearly weren't anywhere near bite-sized, but I let it slide. She tossed onion, carrots and potatoes into the boiling pot, and a pleasant bubbling sound filled the dining room. Then she turned her gaze to the water heater panel.
お風呂。
Ah, the bath. With that, she dashed off towards the bathroom. She'd probably felt an urge to clean or something.
おかしい。
Very weird. Yeah, it's like she's gone full housewife mode, hasn't she? She's gone full housewife mode. Turning down the heat on the unattended pot, I gently stirred the contents with some chopsticks. Staring into the slightly burned bottom, I tried to put my finger on what's different.
なんで普段家事なんてめったにしないのに、最近やけに協力的なの？
She's usually not a fan of housework, but I feel like recently she's been overly helpful. Aside from being even more clingy than usual, it was strange for her to demonstrate such consideration. Usually at this time she'd be sprawled on the sofa, watching videos on her phone. The word gently in visual novels still triggers memories, yes it does. I gently opened the door. Yep. Still too soon, still too soon. I gently opened the door.
お風呂掃除終わったよ。ああ、何してるの？アクルは今日は台所立たないで休んでていいから。
I finished cleaning the bath. Hey, what are you doing? I told you, you're banned from the kitchen today. Never had anyone say that to me, actually. No, I'm definitely more a Monica guy when it comes to Doki Doki. Monica's my girl in Doki Doki.
あ、火弱くなってるし。
Ah, the heat's gone down. I turned it down. But instead of saying that, I found myself voicing my thoughts.
ねえ、どうしたの？なんか変じゃない？
Hey, what's up? You're acting kinda weird. Huh? I could almost hear my question hit her as her eyes widened and she started. However, she shooed me over to the sofa with a smile like butter wouldn't melt.
いいから。アクルはそこでゲームでもやってて。
Never mind that. You just sit there and play your game.
そういうなら。
Okay, if you say so. Without much else to do, I sat down on the sofa and opened up Kensho, but my mind was still elsewhere. When I went to the gacha screen, it displayed the remaining time for the limited event.
あ、忘れてた。
Crap, I forgot about that.
どうしたの？
What's that? Leaving the cooking chopsticks sticking out of the pot, Ren came over to me and peered down at the screen. When I looked towards her, she grinned, already knowing what was up. Are those chopsticks gonna burn? They're gonna burn, aren't
任せ
they?
て。いいやつ引いてあげるから。
Give it here. I'll pull you something good. I bet you will. Excuse me.
うん。
Huh? Sure. Usually she'd tease me about it, but Ren seemed oddly genuine today as she took my phone from me.
じゃあ、お願いしようかな。
I'll take you up on that then.
そうだ。
Oh, right. その、
いいやつが出たら、いや、やるね。
Insert Lenny face here. If you get something good, then... No, never mind. Here we go. She seemed like she'd been about to say something, but quickly dropped it. I found that strange, but I was grateful for her pulling the gacha for me, so I decided not to say anything. Also, gatcha? Gatcha. Like, I've said gatcha in the past, but... Yeah, here it's gacha. Gacha. But here, gatcha. One more edit. Just one more editing pass. Just one more editing pass. That's all it would have taken. The sword came down across the screen, and the sound effect echoed through the dining room.
SSR ってやつ出たよ。
Oh, so I got this SSR thing? She held the phone out to me with a blank look. SSR? Did she just say SSR?
かっこいい SSR じゃん。最高。
Ah, that's an SSR from an old event. Gah! Amazing. Is that a Kali Gah? No, this game didn't come out yet. This game came out before Kali. This is not a Kali Gah, it's just a Gah. Kohei-kun smiled brilliantly up at me while munching on a dumpling. He looked so cute and innocent.
へえ、よかったね。
Ah, good for you.
ありがとう。これでまた一つ浩平君との思い出が解放される。
Thank you. Ah, this unlocks another special memory with Kohei-kun.
それならアクル。
So, Akuru, would you... Before she could finish her sentence, a shrill beeping pierced the air. My gaze snapped toward the kitchen.
あ、鍋、火かけっぱなし。
Ah, you left the pot on the heat. The smell of burning drifted up from the pot as I hurriedly turned off the stove. Bits of charred onion were stuck to the bottom. That must be the culprit.
ごめん。
Sorry. I climbed onto a chair to reach the button on the fire alarm on the ceiling, while Ren looked into the pot. The beeping blessedly stopped.
あー、焦げてんじゃん。
Yeah, never leave a pot unattended. Ah, it's all burned. Ren's shoulders slumped. I peered back into the pot too. If we removed the blackened onion, we could probably still use the rest. Turning it into a curry could mask the burnt taste. Yep. Put some spice in there. Add some cinnamon to remove the burnt taste.
もったいない。
Ah, what a waste.
いや、まだなんとかなるんじゃない？
It's okay. We might still be able to salvage it.
肉じゃががカレーになってもいいなら、私やろっか？
If you're okay with turning meat and potato stew into curry, I can do that. I mentally ran through the contents of the fridge and shelves. I was sure I could rescue this. Akuyu! Akuyu! Best cook.
でも、
Best
そ
cook.
れじゃあ作戦が。
But my plan...
作戦？
What plan? Before I could probe any further, my phone vibrated on the table. The unfamiliar ringtone called out to me loudly. Got to love those polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, that's what you want. You want that curry smell.
ゲッ。
Yeah.
レン、あなた、もしかして。
Did you? Her face was a picture of discomposure, but she made no move toward the phone. Feeling like I had an idea of what was coming, I picked it up. No! Wait!
はい。
Hello?
もしもし、古舘香織さんの携帯電話でしょうか？
It's a call from the mother-in-law. Hello, is this Kaori Furutachi?
香織？いえ、わかりかねますが。
Kaori? No, I'm afraid it's not.
おかしいな、保護者の番号のはずなのに。そちらは。
Oh, that's strange. This is the number listed in her contacts. May I ask who you are? The woman's confusion only added to my own list of questions. On top of that, Ren had been pulling a series of comical expressions throughout the conversation.
古舘蓮の同居人ですが、何かあったんでしょうか？
I live with Ren Furutachi. Is there a problem?
同居に、あ、保護者の方ですか？古舘さんの成績のことに関してご相談がありまして。
Oh, it's the teacher. Oh, you live with her? Oh, I see. So you're her roommate. No, I just wanted to discuss Furutachi-san's grades. Oh, and also the name here. Kaori. So her name isn't Ren, her real name is Kaori, is it?
成績？
Her grades. Ren's shoulders jerked at the words. Sensing that she was about to make a run for it, I pinned her to the spot with a pointed
そ
glare.
のお話、詳しく聞かせていただいてもよろしいでしょうか？
May I ask you to elaborate? Oh, Kaori could be the mother, yes. The woman, who seemed to be Ren's tutor, explained the circumstances to me. After listening for a few minutes, I hung up the call.
あくる
Akuru.
さっきのはそういうことだったのね。
So that's what this was all about. Ugh. I stood in front of her to question her directly, but she guiltily avoided meeting my gaze.
レン、You understand what you should do next, right?
Oh yes, we're going English. We're going English here. We got the English on. Ren, you understand what you should do next, right?
What?
Huh?
You don't get it.
You don't get it. I could practically see the question marks hovering over her head. She clearly didn't understand a word I was saying. I sighed.
本当に英語ダメなのね。
You really do suck at English, huh? According to her homeroom teacher, Ren was consistently failing her English tests. Well, that pins her down as definitely being in university. In university, they don't bother with homeroom teachers, at least as far as I'm aware. That was one thing, but apparently she'd also been caught trying to do her nails during remedial classes. I'd thought her nails were looking exceptionally fancy lately.
勉強くらいちゃんとやりなさい。
What's that, Akuru? Are you noticing her nails? Are you noticing her paying attention to herself? You need to study.
話せるのもあるもん I love you と I need you は発音も完璧だってルリちゃん先生にも褒められたし
I'm both blushing and cringing at the English. I love hearing English, to be honest. I really love it. I can totally speak some English. Ruri-chan sensei said my pronunciation of I love you and I need you was perfect. This was no good. Ren seemed triumphant about that for some reason. There's only so many times you'll be able to say I love you and I need you, even if you're speaking English.
で、ルリちゃん先生は他にも何か言ってなかった？
And what else did Ruri-chan sensei say?
今度赤点取ったら保護者面談だって
If I failed another test, she'd talk to my guardian.
あ、いやそれは違くて
No, I mean... Realizing she'd given herself away, she looked round wildly. If her English teacher had already warned her, why did she let it come to this?
勉強見てほしいなら早く言えばいいでしょ。
If you wanted me to help you, you should have just asked.
だってあくる嫌かもしれないし
I didn't think you'd want to.
レンが勉強してなかったのに気づかなかった私も悪いし、それくらい見るわよ。
It's my fault for not noticing you weren't studying. I should have been more aware. This wasn't helping her, and if her grades plummeted after moving in with me, I wouldn't be able to show my face to her real family. As her elder, and her roommate, it was my responsibility to keep her in line.
その代わり、みっちり教え込むから。
So, I'll make up for it with some intense tutoring.
本
Huh? Really? Ren looked a little bashful, but pleased. I continued making my face sterner than usual.
とりあえず、明日から時間が合うタイミングで勉強見てあげるから、それ以外の時間でも勉強すること。
We'll start tomorrow, and I'll help you when we're both free. But you have to study by yourself, too. Hi! Okay. Not quite convinced by her meek agreement, I went back to dinner preparations. BRB, getting my mind out of the gutter. I can see this going somewhere like that. I can see this going somewhere like that.
二人っきりで勉強。あんなことやこんなことが起きちゃうやつじゃん。
Oh, Ren, you conniving little minx. A one-on-one study sesh. This girl knows how to get what she wants. Heh. Did she intentionally do badly? Did she even do badly in the first place? Maybe she actually does have some good English skills. She's just pretending she doesn't, so that she has to have a lesson. That she can then, you know, have shenanigans during. That would be a 5D multi-dimensional chess with time travel move.
何か言った？
Did you say something?
いやいや、なんでもないって。
Nope, nothing at all.
変な子。
She's an odd one. Yeah, you're already well aware of this. You're aware that she is an odd one. Oh. I like that little animation.
なんでアクルじゃないの？
Why isn't Akuru here? Textbooks and notepapers were scattered across the table. The words blurred before my eyes as I ran them over the page. Ew. I flopped forward.
アクルは今日仕事だって。
Oh. We're in Ren's point of view here. Guys. We're in Ren's point of view. We're seeing things through Ren's point of view. This is amazing. Akuru's working today.
でもなんでよりによってシノが来るの？
But why are you here? This woman was Akuru's childhood friend, and the evil witch who encouraged her to chase those anime boys. In other words, my biggest obstacle. I couldn't believe she of all people was here.
私、アクルよりも話せるし。
I can speak better English than Akuru anyway. Shino flipped nonchalantly through a textbook. With those mannerisms and her thick glasses, she looked like a real honor student, which made her words weirdly persuasive.
昔ハマったジャンルに帰国子女がいたから、アクルと猛勉強して英語話せるようになったんだよね。
There was this expat in one of the fandoms I used to be in, so Akuru and I studied like crazy to be able to speak with her.
ふーん。
I didn't really get it, but it seemed like Akuru wasn't just good at cooking and cleaning. She was smart too, despite appearances. Oh no, you did not just say that. You did not just say that. You just did not say that Akuru looks dumb. Oh, that's not nice. You don't get to say that to your waifu. You do not. How could you say that? That's a mean
攻め
thing.
が中国系 IT 企業の社長だったから、ついでに中国語も勉強してさ、海外のオンリーで現地語の同人誌売ったりしてたっけ。懐かしいな。
And the semi was the boss of this Chinese IT company, so I ended up learning Chinese too. Man, I even went overseas to sell dojin at a local event. Right, that doesn't make any sense. So there was an expat who spoke English, and the semi, like in the fandom. In the fandom. Yeet your monitor, that's it. How to punt a VN character, you can't. But yeah, the semi was the boss of this IT company. So the character in the fandom was the boss of a Chinese IT company. So because there was a Chinese IT company character, you decided you needed to learn Chinese just so that you could understand this character a little better. That's pretty advanced. That's dedication right there. You want to sell the bit so well that you learn the language itself. That's impressive. That's impressive.
攻め？って？
Seme? What's that?
そりゃ BL 本のって、あーちゃんそういう話してないんだっけ。
You know, in BL... Hang on. Ah-chan hasn't spoken about it? Shino narrowed her eyes at me. Her expression pissed me off, so I pouted.
何それ？
What's that supposed to mean?
へえ、 意外と知らないんだね、あーちゃんのこと。
You actually don't know much about her, do you? Even though I was fully aware of that myself, her words changed in my head. Seriously though, you've been living with her for a month. For over a month you've been living with her and you don't know that much about her. Come on!
だって、アクル、私に何も話してくれないし。
Well, she never tells me anything. I mean, what was I supposed to do? I didn't want to drive her away by pushing her to talk about stuff. But you're happy to just let the status quo continue, even though you claim to be fully head over heels for her? What's with this wishy-washy attitude? I didn't expect this from... I expected a much more aggressive attitude from her. I mean, I'm not minding this. This is still good, but still. And honestly, I got bored listening to people talk about stuff I didn't understand. But you're so interested in her. Surely everything that she says would be interesting. Well, actually not necessarily, to be fair. You don't need to know and think that everything about the person that you're with is the most interesting in the world. But come on, you'd make a bit of an effort for them, surely.
だからギャルっ子も嘘ついてるの？
I suppose you haven't been telling the truth about yourself either, have you? Shino pushed the open textbook from in front of me. My friend had doodled on the corner, a weird-looking rabbit, and beside it my name with a heart next to it.
レンちゃん。ラブちゃんって呼んだ方がいい？
Ren-chan. Or should I call you Love-chan?
別にいいでしょ。
What's it to you? The Japanese character for my name meant love, so that's what my dad had called me. But in English, I found it cute as a kid, but now I told everyone to call me Ren, the Japanese reading for the same character.
その名前で呼ばないでよ。キラキラネームすぎてすっごいからかわれてるんだから。
Don't call me that. It's too bizarre. I got bullied so hard for that. So her name is actually I. Her name would be I, but she got bullied for it, so she insisted on reading it as Ren instead. That's very good. I like Japanese wordplay. I like hearing about different kanji and stuff.
可愛いと思うけど、ラブちゃん。
Aw, but I think it's cute. Love-chan.
ほんとやな女。
Ugh, I hate you. Of all the people I didn't want to know, she was top of the list. And now, here she was, saying my name, totally making fun of me. I don't know. She's pretty far up my list of people that I would like to know.
あ、そうだ。それならこれから出す問題は、あーちゃんに関連したものにしてあげようか。
Oh, I know. How about I make the questions related to Ah-chan? え？ Huh?
例えばそうだな。あーちゃんは明日、錦糸町の美容院に行きます。を英訳してみなさい。とか？
The more you hate, the more you love. Well, the thing is, love and hate are not diametrically opposed emotions. Like, the opposite of both of them is apathy. So, you can love someone and hate someone at the same time. Or it's possible to hate someone and then discover that you do actually love them. You know, it's typical kind of stuff, you know. Explored media kind of all the time. So yeah, well.
明日
So,
美容院行くの？お仕事休み？
for example, translate, tomorrow Ah-chan will go to the salon in Kinshisho into English. What? She's going to the salon tomorrow? She has a day off? This was the first I was hearing of it. Although, she never told me her plans unless I asked. Actually, I'd never even asked what her favourite music or food was. Oh, come on! Come on, surely she would have been playing some music and you could ask what she was listening to, or you've spent a month eating dinner with her. You'd be able to see what foods she preferred to eat. They have no concept of how to speak. They have no concept of... Oh, okay. This is why missing a month is kind of a little difficult for this setting. I would have spent like a couple of days like establishing some of this
そう言っ
stuff
て
and
たけ
then
ど。
going into specifics. I don't know. That's what I said.
そうだったんだ。やるそういうのならテンション上がりそう。
Really? Okay, let's do it. This will be way more fun, so Ren gets to learn more about
じゃあ
Achan.
ノート用意して例文書いてあげるから。
Okay, I'll prep some questions. Okay. I felt like I'd played right into Shino's hands, but I was happy to learn more about Akira. I offered Shino my notebook, readjusted my grip on my favourite pen, and got down to business.
オッケー。少しミスもあったけど、まあ合格でいいでしょう。
Okay, there were a few mistakes, but I'd say you passed. Yes! Shino drew a big smiley face on the paper she'd made to test me on what we'd studied that day.
嬉しい。ありがとう、シノ。
OMG, I'm so happy. Thanks, Shino. Pleased by the amount of correct answers on my test, I instinctively snapped a photo of it to post to Twitter lately.
これでアクルのことも少しは詳しくなったんじゃない？
And you've learned a bit more about Akira too, right? Shino's a good girl. Just when I'd been starting to think maybe she wasn't so bad after all, Shino got that teasing smirk on her face again.
それは感謝してるけど、今は知らなくたってこれから知ればいいでしょ。
I'm grateful for that, but I've got plenty of time to get to know her.
シノは幼馴染だからアクルのことよく知ってるかもしれないけど、私だって恋人になったらもっと詳しくなるもん。多分。
Maybe you know her well because you're her childhood friend or whatever. But once she's my girlfriend, I'm gonna know way more. Probably. Just realised about the DLC. Oh yes, is there not a DLC? Let's see. DLC? There's a voice drama, I know that. And there's a, what's it called? Yeah, there's some more DLC stuff as well. There's gonna be Hedgehog season if Mal streams that. I don't think that'll make it onto stream. I don't know if that's gonna make it onto stream. Probably not, to be honest.
でもあーちゃん、私と一緒に推しを追いかけるので忙しいしな。
But Ah-chan's too busy chasing her husbando with me.
それはそうかもしれないけど。
I guess. But I didn't know how to get Akira to fall for me, other than continuing to tell her how much I liked her. There was also the seduction option, but it didn't seem like she was interested in that. She's willing to go for seduction. She's actually been thinking of seduction as a good strategy to go for. Ah, dear me, dear me. But yeah, this is definitely the kind of very inexperienced approach to actually getting to know someone. Like, she's already got her foot in the door. She has more than enough opportunity to get to know her. She just doesn't know how to capitalize on it.
それは愛の力で何とかするし。
I'll manage somehow through the power of love.
へえ、そっか。なんたってラブちゃんだもんね。
Uh-huh. That's why they call you Love-chan.
だから。
Hey. That got my blood boiling. I leapt to my feet. The chair clattered.
ただいま。レン、ちゃんと勉強してる？
I'm home. Ren, are you studying? I heard the front door pushing open, and the sounds of Akira returning home. I was about to greet her as I usually would, but Shino's next words stopped me short.
それなら証明してみせてよ。その愛の力ってやつを。
Oh, Shino, you truly are best girl. Then prove it to me. The power of love. She's such a troll.
なんか空気おかしくない？
Oh, this feels awkward. Akira must have immediately sensed the tension as she looked between me and Shino. I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her close to me.
アクル、こっち来て。
Akira, get over here.
何？
Huh? What's up? She looked down at me in surprise as I wrapped my arms around her slender waist. The cardigan draped at her shoulders smelled like outside.
勉強は
How's the studying? She was always like this. I put my feelings on full display and she acted clueless. It was so frustrating. I stretched up on my tiptoes to bring my face closer to hers.
ちょっといや
Hey, don't. Ren's clearly going for a kiss here. But I couldn't reach her. Akira turned her head away and pushed me back with a frown.
だからやめなさい
I told you to cut it out. Look at smug one over here. Muffled noises of trying.
なんで
Why should I? Girls had always been happy to be hugged by me, yet here Akira was, always curving me like I was some kind of creeper.
アクルはボディタッチとかそういうの好きじゃないからな。
Akira doesn't like getting all touchy-feely. Shino murmured softly. Rather than her usual teasing expression, she looked serious about this.
そんな
For real? Dun dun dun. No touchy-feely. No touchy-feely. So, Akira was genuinely uncomfortable with everything I'd been doing? Huh. I think we'll probably finish this scene and then we'll call it. Huh.
だからやめなさい
Told you to cut it out. Replaying Akira's words from yesterday in my head, I felt awful. It was like her voice was still ringing in my ears.
やっぱアクルって私のことうざいとか思ってんのかな。
I guess Akira really does think I'm a pain in the ass. I sighed heavily as I trudged along the road to school. This was just depressing.
どうやったら私のこと見てくれるんだろう。
How can I get her to truly see me? Akira was super cute. She'd deny it herself, but come on, she was drop dead gorgeous. I was no uggo myself.
私可愛い最強
Right, I'm a total cutie too. Like, I'm hot. Saying it out loud gave me confidence. Akira didn't seem to be into girls, but I would make her be into this one. Just
レ
watch
ン
me.
おはー
Morning, Ren.
あ、おはよ
Oh, morning.
う。はよ。どうしたなんか暗くない
Hey, Bae, what's up? You seem down. We've still been doing Bae. We've been holding on to Bae. Oh, I wasn't sure how to respond. I was always gushing to them about Akaru, and the idea of complaining about her made me sad.
あ、もしかして例の人アクルさんだっけ
Is it that girl? What was her name again? Akaru?
里根はほんと鋭いよね。まあ、そうだけどさ。
Kinda. Satane, how do you always know what I'm thinking? But yeah, something like that.
何なんかされたレン傷つけるとか容赦しないんだけど。
What? Did she do something to you? If she hurt you, we'll take her down.
レンはうちらのアイドルだしね。
You're a queen, Ren. Satane smiled confidently at me, her eyes sparkling behind her horn-rimmed
なんかあっ
glasses.
たらいいなよ。古舘レン親衛隊が守ってあげる。
Just give the word and the Ren Furutachi fam will be here to protect you.
ありがと
Oh, thanks, Baze. Is that how you pluralize Baze? Interesting to me. I hugged them happily, and the two of them hugged me back.
う。やっぱハグするの好き。
See, hugging is nice. Girls were so soft. I loved hugging other girls.
でも、アクルは違うんだよね。
But I guess it's not the same for Akuru. I was still thinking about Akuru. I liked hugging. But what did Akuru like?
そういえば、聞いたことなかったかも。
You know what? I've never actually asked her. Exactly! Exactly! I stopped in my tracks and stared down at the ground. I felt like I just had a light bulb moment. I spoke quietly to myself, out of earshot of my friends.
そっか。うん、そうだよね。
Right. Yeah, got it. I ended up getting such a high score in the English test, even my teachers were shocked. That was all well and good, but...
本当にレンが作るの？レンのテストが終わったお祝いなのに。
Are you sure you want to cook? This is supposed to be your celebration for acing the test. Akira regarded me anxiously as I rolled up my sleeves at the kitchen counter. God, she was such a worrier.
大丈夫。アクルは座ってて。
It's fine, you sit right there. I bought horse mackerel and breadcrumbs at the supermarket to make what had apparently been Akira's favourite since she was little. Fried fish. Oh, I do like me some fried fish. Some fried fish with some flour with salt and pepper. Cover the fish with it. Fry it both sides. Oh, it's so good. Yum.
それにシノに手伝ってもらうから。
Besides, Shino's gonna help me.
え、私？
I am? Your Britishness is showing. Hey, we like fried fish here. We like fried fish.
シノが一緒にやるなら大丈夫かな。
Since she was the little fried fish. A little fired fish and was utterly confuzzled. Understandable. Well, I guess if Shino's there, you should be okay. Akira nodded her approval. God, she was acting like she was my mum or something. Then, after saying something to Shino, she headed off into her room.
で、なんで私？
So, what do you need me for?
お願い。私一人でやって失敗したくないの。
You've got to help me. I don't want to make a mess of it. I sucked at cooking to start with, and the last time I tried to make stew, I totally messed up. I clasped my hands together and put on my sweetest voice. Shino didn't seem pleased about it, but she shrugged.
どういう心境の変化？
What's with the change of heart?
前にアクルはあんまり抱きつかれたりとかそういうのは嫌だって言ってたでしょ？
You told me Akira didn't like me hugging her and stuff, right? Ever since the day of our study session, when I'd hugged and tried to kiss Akira in front of her, I've been thinking about Shino's words, and about what I should do going forward.
だからこういう愛情表現にしようと思って。
So I figured I'd try a different love language. This is what I'd hit on. The best way to get Akira to fall for me was to do things she likes. Obvs.
ふん。
Shino smiled to herself as she washed her hands. As usual, I couldn't tell what she was thinking. But at the very least, she didn't seem to be making fun of me.
アクル、できたよ。
Akira, it's ready. The array of dishes, fried fish, miso soup, rice, and salad, looked even more impressive than I'd hoped. Like, it was pretty good if I said so myself.
どう？
How is it? Almost as soon as she sat down at the table, Akira reached for the fish. A smile spread across her face with the first bite.
おいしい。
It's good.
本当？
Really?
うん。
Yeah.
よかったー。
Yay! Whew. I smiled as I watched Akira happily devouring my meal. They did say the way to a person's heart was through their stomach. This could actually work. Also, I can
Akira.
confirm, it works. Akira?
何？
What?
コンプリメントハーモア。
Compliment her more.
何言ってんの？
Don't be stupid.
え
Come on.
I'd rather not say because I'm embarrassed.
Ah, come on. I'd rather not say because I'm embarrassed. Also, more English.
何？どういうこと？
What? What are you saying? It wasn't fair of them to suddenly start talking in English. Shino smirked triumphantly at me.
二人だけの秘密。
It's our little secret.
また例のコウヘイくんの話？
What? Are you talking about that Kohei-kun again? Well, did you hear her saying Kohei-kun?
それよりもこれから好きになるかもしれない推しの話かな。
Amazing. Shino, best move. More like we're talking about who she might stan next. And a laugh from Akaru. A laugh from Akaru there. Let's hear that one more time. Akaru made a snorting sound. I didn't know what the hell she was on about, but this talk of stanning.
まさかアクルの好きな男の子がもっと増えるってこと？何それ、どこの誰？
Are you saying Akaru's gonna be after more guys? What the fuck? Who is it this time? I leaned into Akaru's personal space, trying to pressure an answer out of her, but she looked off into the distance. Then she awkwardly put down her chopsticks and got to her feet. See, you got too close again.
ああ、
Oh, give me a break.
シーノ、もうご飯食べ終わったでしょ。駅まで送ってくから。
Are you finished, Shino? I'll walk you to the station. Wow. Seeing your friend out so quickly and abruptly? Wow, what a great host.
ああ、じゃあお願いしよっかな。
Well, if you insist.
後片付けは私やるから、レンは先にお風呂でも入ってて。
I'll wash up later. You go ahead and take a bath, Ren.
はーい。
Fine. Akaru grabbed her coat then, still slightly red in the face, hurried out the door ahead of Shino.
話切られちゃった。
Oh wow, what even word is that? She totally blew me off. Well, whatevs. Another one. BLEW. Dear. Dear. Ah well. After watching the two of them leave, I meekly went to clean the bath. Wait, I thought you were gonna have a bath. I thought you were gonna go in the bath. Wait. I was chilling on the sofa after cleaning the bath when I heard the sound of the front door opening. I leaped up from the show I was watching and rushed to meet her.
おかえり。遅かったね。お風呂沸いてるよ。
Welcome home. You're late. There's a bath ready. Hedgehog moment, maybe.
あれ、先入ってなかったの？
Huh? You didn't take one?
アクル帰ってくるの待ってた。
No, I was waiting for you to get home. Also, that was a very cute voice line. One more time.
そ
Can I
う。
play the voice line again?
アクル帰ってくるの待ってた。
That was very cute. I see. I was about to go back into the living room to get back to my TV show, but Akira called me out from behind to stop me.
ちょっと待って。
Hang on a sec.
何？
What is it? It was already unusual enough for Akira to initiate a conversation, but her next words were even more unexpected.
渡したいものがあるの。
I wanted to give you something. Akira passed through the dining room and went into the bedroom. I waited on the sofa, and she soon returned with a small package.
レン、ずっと勉強頑張ってたでしょ。だからプレゼント。
You've been studying really hard, right? So it's a present for that. Akira sat down beside me as I pulled the item out from its pale pink paper bag. Her expression was a little embarrassed and super cute.
本当、ありがとう。開けていい？
What? Oh my god, thank you so much. Can I open it?
いいけど、今時の女の子の好きなものなんてわからなかったから。
Sure. I didn't really know what's fashionable these days, but... Inside were two nail polishes. One a glittery pink, and the other pearly white. The bottles were fancy, like perfume.
かわいい。ありがとう。
Oh my god, this is so cute! Thanks!
ただし、授業中に使っちゃダメだからね。
You're not allowed to use it during class, though. Okay. She remembered how much I loved doing my nails. I was so happy my chest felt tight.
アクル、ありがとう。
Akuru, thank you.
ほんと嬉し
I'm like so happy.
い。いや、
Gah. I hugged her super tight, putting all my joy into it. Oh, it was kind of nice to hear those complainy noises from her again. You were doing so well. Wait, complainy?
アクルはボディタッチとかそういうの好きじゃないからな。
Akira doesn't like to get all touchy-feely. Oops.
離れてってば。
Get off of me.
やっちゃった
Ah, I put my foot in it. By the time I realised, it was already too late. And it was back to the drawing board with my strategy. Ah, dear. Well, I think that is the end of that little chapter there. And I think this is actually going to make for a good spot to stop for today. We're going to save up. Oh, shoot. I assumed that the first save was, you know, a save. But oh well. We're going to save in slot number 3, I suppose. Well, I should save over here. Right, we're going to save over in slot 2. I'm going to have to go back and save the first choice. We're going to save this off here. That's all saved up there. Lovely, lovely. Oh wait, auto. Oh wait, there are auto saves. Oh, that's quite cool. And, oh, they work in reverse order too. That's convenient. Okay, so we've got some auto saves. That's nice. But yeah, okay. I think that's going to do for today, actually. Let's go back to the title screen.
推しのラブより
But yeah.
恋のラブ。
So, yeah, this has been some OshiRabu. And I've got to say, aside from a couple of issues with the translation, which, you know, I'm just a big nitpick, really. I'm a nitpicker. I've been doing editing on various things for, like, on and off, for somewhere in the region of, like, 10 years or something now. Like, writing and editing the written word is something that I've done a lot of. So, yeah, I get a bit nitpicky with this kind of thing. That's true, that's true. But this has been a lot of fun, actually. I've really enjoyed it. We haven't had to have the hedgehog too many times. Come on, hedgehoggy. Come on, hedgehog. Do you want to sit on my shoulder? You can sit on my shoulder, little hedgehog. Yes, you can sit on my shoulder. Little hedgehog. There we go, there we go. But yeah, no, this has been a fantastic little stream. This has been a fantastic little stream. I've really enjoyed playing it. I've literally, I downloaded this months ago, and then I thought, you know what, we'll do this on stream sometime. And this was the opportunity for it. This was the best opportunity to be having this little stream, I think. So yeah, I've really been enjoying it. It's been a bit slow burn. Can't deny it's been a bit slow burn. But I like seeing the developments. I like the story so far. The characters are cute. What's her name? Was it Shirone? I think. I forget her name. I feel terrible. But no. Yeah, no. All the characters in it so far are great. I like the energy. I just like hearing girls geeking out about things that they like. It's really good. I like it. Very memorable characters. Yeah, they're all very memorable. They're all good characters. And I like the art. I just like pretty much everything about it. So yeah, this is OshiRabu. And to be honest, I can't deny, I'm very happy with the number of people who have came along for it. A lot of people seem to be enjoying themselves watching this stream. Which is very good to me. I honestly didn't know what the response would be. So yeah, if people have been enjoying this, then I think maybe yes. Well, yeah, I think maybe next week, maybe next Tuesday, we'll maybe play a little bit more OshiRabu. We're maybe going to pick up some more of this. We'll play some more of it, and maybe we'll find some use for the hedgehog. The hedgehog may need to find some use moving forward. Yeah, okay, I think we've got some demand for watching some more OshiRabu. So I'm going to take that as a very, very good sign. So yeah, I think that's probably going to do it for today's stream. Massive thank you to everyone who's came by. I hope you've all really enjoyed it. I hope you have. And I do need to give massive thanks to TVPG for the big bit cheering. We have a series. Yes, I think we're gonna be playing this for a couple of weeks. Maybe I'll do another stream next week. We'll see how far we've gone through it, and then I'll maybe look at how much there is left, and we'll see if we maybe want to do it every week or every other week or something. But yes, we are definitely going to be doing some more of this. Definitely some more of this. Absolutely. But yeah, massive thanks to TVPG for the bit donation. Massively appreciated. Thank you so much as ever. And thank you all for coming. Thank you, Drazric. Thank you, Fishmeat, Koniko. Thank you, of course, TVPG. Let's see who else we got. You guys have been very active. You've been really enjoying this. You really have. Very cool of you, absolutely. Donak Dummy as well. Donak Dum was here. Don't know if you're still here. I think you may be. But yeah, no, this has been fantastic. This has been fantastic. I've really enjoyed this stream. So yeah, we'll probably come back to it again. Very soon. Do I have anything else I want to talk about before I go? There was one thing. Oh yeah. We'll talk about it another time. The diamond ring thing. We'll talk about that another time. But yeah, this has been OshiRabu. And yeah, we're definitely going to see this again. Let's see what's going to be happening. What's going to be happening next week? Actually, what's going to be happening? Also, for some reason, my Twitch isn't allowing me to raid anyone. There we go, sorted. So yeah, what's happening next week? Next stream actually on Thursday over on YouTube. I'm going to be giving Age of Empires 4 a try. I have played all the Age of Empires game up until now, and I've quite enjoyed them. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna play some Age of Empires 4. I've not played any of it yet. I've pre-installed it. It's gonna be interesting. Bit more of a strategy game. So that'll be fun. And then at the weekend, we're going to be playing some more Minecraft. Shura's been trying to get hold of me. We're going to see if we can take on the Ender Dragon and clear the game. And I also have some plans for the Ocean Monument that we took on earlier this week. I've got some plans for it. We're gonna get busy over there. So that's my plans for the rest of the week. So yeah, what I think we're gonna do. I came across another group of streamers recently. Visual novel Hedgehog Raid. Yeah, let's go for Hedgehog Raid. We'll go for a Hedgehog Raid this week. We'll go for a Hedgehog Raid today. Age of Empires. Yes, Age of Empires 4 has launched. I think it was last week or very recently. So we're going to be playing that. But yeah, we're going for a Hedgehog Raid. We are going to be raiding a recent VTuber. They debuted very recently. Yes, Hedgehog Raid. They debuted very recently. They are part of another company that I saw. I think it was not yesterday. It was a couple days ago they debuted, and they seem very cool. And yeah, I just want to give a couple of them some support. So we're gonna go have a little Hedgehog Raid. We're gonna go say hello to one of these VTubers, and I hope we'll give them some support, and you'll make them feel very welcome. Yes. Also, we're gonna be doing some work. Boss and I have been talking a little bit about what emotes I'm going to be getting. It looks like he's going to be approaching an artist about getting my emotes done. We're finally going to be getting those emotes done. So we're going to have some custom ones for me and for you to all enjoy. That's going to be good. But yeah, for now, I've been Malcolm Bell. This has been me playing OshiRabu, and what a lovely time it has been. It's been a lovely little time. So yeah, with that all having been said, I will see you all on Thursday. Hopefully, I hope to see you all there. Bye bye everyone. Bye 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 bye. Bye bye. And yeah, before next stream, let's see, I'm gonna go get some food. You have some mixed feelings about getting rid of the hype guy. The hype guy's a default one. I thought you'd want something original. Yeah. But now if you don't mind, I have a craving. Yes, I do. I have a craving for some jalapeno peppers and what are they called? Donuts. We're gonna get those. I'm really hungry. But yeah, bye everyone. Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you for the raid, Malcolm Bell channel. Thank you. Thank you. I will give you heart eyes. You probably can't see them very well, but they're here. I am playing
Hello.
Hades. Having a great time. We just did our very first little run. Haha, thank you for the follows. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Ah, another one. Oh, that's just the notification. Okay, I can see them all though. Thank you, Connie Co, Specs, and TVPG. Thank you. Okay, hello, Achilles. Achilles is a good boy, right? Oh, and thank you, Drazrick and Fishmip. Fishmip. Pain of death is but another obstacle. Yes, exactly. We do not need to fear death on this stream. Too much love, yes, too much. You're smothering her, her majesty. Wait, there's a relax? I can relax? No, I can't. Okay. No rest for Zagreus. Only work. Hello, Nyx. Nyx is so pretty in this game. She is so pretty. Cerberus best boy? Yes, Cerberus is the best boy. He is the goodest boy. And we are going to pat him every single death for luck. Okay. Let's see. I do like MMOs. You can name off an MMO, and I've probably played it. Doesn't matter how old it is, I have probably played it. All except for the very, very oldest. Thank you for the follow, Nesty. Let's see. Oh wait, really? She looked completely different? That's interesting. Hello! Oh, Hanyan! Wait, can I not go in, like, the bar yet? That's a shame. Is it not open? Oh, maybe I haven't opened it yet. Thank you for the follow, Apatier Nameless. Thank you. Okay, let's, reflect. Okay. So I know... Oh, we can't use the other ones yet. Let's see here. Deal bonus attack and special damage and striking foes from behind, or restore... I think I'm gonna... Oh, I can go with both. Oh, even better. Even better. Hedgehog raid. Wait, was there another raid? Okay, examine. Oh, just better late than never. Yes. Oh, you were asleep. Ah, I see. Yes, we are playing Hades. We just started though. Like, we literally just finished our very first run of it. So, haven't gotten very far. Can I nap? I can't nap yet. Thank you. Okay. Let us... Oh. Oh, I can use that to buy a weapon. Oh. Which one should I buy? Should I buy the... Oh, I can only buy one. I guess we'll buy that one then. I didn't see the prices. Okay. Let's... Is the bow any good? Hello. I will... Oh god. It's a chargy charge. It's a chargy charge.
Do I need to kill you to get that back, or will that automatically give me that back because he's just the training dummy? I haven't even talked to him. I just started shooting him. I'm sorry, Skelly. I know he likes being hit, but I really should have said hi first. Okay. Why does he like me? Why does he want to be hit so bad? Why is that? Why does he want that? Here, I'll kill you for you. Oh, but then he says no. What? But he asked to be killed. Oh, okay, he was trying to trick me. Got it. Got it. Some people like that. Some people, I guess, do like that. But he's a skeleton, so some skeletons, I guess. Press X while dashing to dash strike. Boom. Okay. How do I leave? Here. Escape time! Let's do an escape attempt. Escape attempt. With a bow this time. This is what I used yesterday when I was practicing, so I don't know. Zeus! Zeus! No shame for us. Oh, Zeus is sad that Hades hasn't called him. That's so sad. He needs to call his brother. Oh wait, are they brothers in this? I'm not sure if they are. Okay, let's see. Ooh, chain lightning. Or my special giving chain lightning. Let's go with chain lightning just normal. Because that seems like that's more likely for me to remember that it exists. Because as we know, I only discovered the Y button just a couple of minutes ago. Okay, that's dead. Oh, I can discover something. Think Zeus is your uncle? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. The guarantees. Okay, yeah. Are we in Tartarus right now? Probably, right? We're probably in Tartarus. So this is like the deepest point, right? Because we're going up. We're attempting to escape. We'd be going up. So we'd start, makes sense, we would start in the lowest section. Up. Come here, you. I need to remember the Y button again. I keep on forgetting if that's there. Ah, Athena, hello. You're my favorite so far. Oh, right. Oh, no, I don't want to be stabbed yet. I don't want to be stabbed yet. I can be stabbed later. Not yet. Not yet. Wait, oh, it's not dead. It's not dead. You guys are still alive. Come here. Come here. These skulls I know are really annoying because they like to rush you. Thank you! Have a wonderful day! Have a nice day! Wield Concoronact the Heartseeker. Okay. I will use it wisely. Dash deals. Yes, we want the dash. Deflect. Yes. Have a nice sleep. Sleeping is the best. Darkness though? Darkness or key? The keys are rarer, right? I feel like I need the darkness more though because I don't have any. But I'm probably thinking a little bit too quickly here. Thank you. See you next stream. Okay. Oh, no. You are not going to hit me, sir. You are not. Okay, we'll take the key. We can go in here. Hello, who's in here? Who can Her Majesty kill? Who's in here? Oh, skulls. Dumb skulls. Dumb skull. That sounds like numbskulls. That works. Okay. Come on, don't rush me. Don't you do it. Nope. I need to remember my deflect. Need to remember it because it practically just deflects skulls at themselves. Works out. Give me that. Okay. Neither of those are going to be fun, are they? We went with the key gives us more weapons, though. We went for key last time. We'll do darkness. Because we need both of them anyway. We are very limited on both at the moment. Eh? No? Oh, right, I can dash and attack, can I? Oop. Let's get... Come on. Nope. I am not going to accept you hitting me. You will not hit Her Majesty. That is not what we're going to do today. Okay. Come on. There we go. That one's almost dead. Oh, wait, no, he's not. That was his shield. That was just his shield. You kill me, I kill you. That's right. That's exactly right, Zagreus. That is how we do things here. Okay. Boop. Another one. There we go. Okay. Corone or Ares?
No way to patch up. Got to keep going.
We will go to Corone because if we could get some health. Hey, buddy, you got any health for us? He does. He does have health for us. Hi. How you doing? How are you doing? He's doing really good. You can tell. Look at him. He is doing excellently. He had a great day, and he is ready to sell me some nice underworld fast food. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What's everybody's favorite weapon in this game? If you've played this game before, what is your favorite weapon? Just out of curiosity, because yeah, I don't know. I know that the last time I played this, I'd only just unlocked like the gun, and that was pretty fun, but I think I was mostly using the fists. I think that's my preferred. I have no idea what's any good. Okay. Oop. Come on. There we go. Oh, right. I need to remember that I can shoot out that blood thing. This thing. That's another button. Haven't played much of this one. Wait, what? Okay, then we are all learning together. Boop. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. One more. There we go.
Look what I found.
I'm just going to be rolling in keys. Okay. This gives us a permanent boost. Sorry, Aphrodite. This one gives us something permanent. And at this point, this early in the game here, we want permanent boosts, I feel like. It's not hitting them! I wanted it to hit them back. Oh, hello. No. Is that dead? Oh no, there's more. There's more. Okay, the skulls are going to be the ones that really hurt me. I know that they are my personal weakness. Nope. Come here. No. Okay. There we go. Pomegranate. Give me that. Oh wait, it's not a permanent. Why did I think that one was permanent? It just updates these ones. Okay, we could have gone with Aphrodite. Let's upgrade. Let's upgrade the lightning strike, because I mostly want to use the deflect for literally deflecting. Okay, let's get some darkness. Darkness we go. Darkness is tasty. Delicious. Delicious darkness. We can eat it. It tastes like blackberries. I've determined it. That is a royal decree. Darkness tastes like blackberries. Remember that. Okay. Come here, you. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Thank you. Thank you for noting that. Thank you. Okay. Get over. Get. Nope. Nope. In. Darkness. Yum 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 yum.
スケラソメーラ
Unlock yummy abilities. I
推しのラブより恋のラブ
Let's get this money. Let's get some money. Money sounds good. Although wait. Why are there strong skulls? Get. Let's just get a little bit of space. Space sounds great right about now. Okay, I need to get through here. Hello, excuse me, pardon me, queen coming through. I want that blood back. No. Just gotta kite him around, you know? Just gotta kite him. Nope. Did he really try and hit me from over there? Buddy, that's not gonna work. That was never gonna work. Okay. Centaur heart. Yes. Yes. Let's get him. Get him. I hope we don't get to Meg this run, honestly, because otherwise this is gonna be embarrassing. Because we do not have the health to deal with her, probably. Unless I suddenly get really, really good at the game. That's always a possibility. Just all of a sudden get super, super good. That would be fun. Let's beat the game in one run. And it's this one. This is the winning run. Oh, not if I hit in the wrong direction, it's not though. That's okay. Yeah, I just have to get good. Exactly. That's all. That is a simple matter.
推しのラブより
See,
恋
look
のラ
it.
ブ
I am like, look at all the health I have. I have a lot of health. We're good. This is enough to beat the game. Give me this. See, now we have even more. Okay. Corone, I do like you, but permanent bonuses. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, BB. I'm sorry. Wait, is this a freebie? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. It's Meg time. 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 Okay. Okay. Here we go. Uh-oh. Is there anything else in here? No? Okay, let's put on put on this face. Let's see. Let's see how far we get before I embarrass myself. The voice acting in this game is actually so good. Meg's another one that just her voice is stunning. Iced tea. We believe. Oh goodness. I hope that Her Majesty can live up to your expectations on this. I want to return home the painful way, please. Please. That's how I would like to go home. Yep. See? Zagreus knows. Zagreus gets it. Okay. Okay, let's go. Oh, no! Come here, Meg. I did do this yesterday when I was making sure that the game was running for me with the controller, so at least I know what I'm doing. Just... No! I need to pay attention to the floor! Hello, that's a witch. I don't want the witch, please. I wish that they didn't spawn all the extra monsters. The extra monsters are what gets me. Uh-oh. What is she doing? What is she doing? Oh, we can deal with that. That's not that big of a deal. We've got Deflect. Deflect keeps us safe. Ow! Except from those. They don't keep us safe from those. No, Meg. Meg, you don't want to kill me. That wouldn't be fun. We're just buddies. We're buddies. You know? We're friends. I thought we were friends, Meg. Okay. We're winning. We're winning, everyone. We are winning the game. We won. See? That was the goal. Whoa. See? We won. We won. We won the game. That's how you win.
Cheers for that, mate.
There are no failures. There are only successes. Mhm. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Oh, Hypnos likes Meg. Hypnos likes Meg. Fates are nicer to you. Oh no. Hello,
Who's that
Dad.
shade to your immediate left there?
Dad.
Already found someone new to do the busy work. And here I thought I was utterly indispensable.
We are indispensable.
Is my newly designated contractor, one whose responsibility is to work on this house.
Oh right, we get to decorate. We get to decorate
And I do not
this
know.
entire castle thing.
You're trying to guilt me into funding the exorbitant furnishings you desire.
Perhaps once we are finished with repairs for all the carnage you have sown throughout my realm, then we might finally have time for all the needed renovations that have piled up.
If we're going to be destroying his realm, Hades wants us to fund fixing it up and making it look nice. We gotta
Holding up, boy.
gotta talk to our boy real quick. I see that Nyx wants me, but doggo. Let doggo. Oh yes, so terrifying. So terrifying. Pat him.
You don't
Pat the
really wanna
doggy.
pet your other heads, huh? No.
Oh wait, we're only allowed to pat one head? Cerberus doesn't like the rest of the heads being patted. That's a shame. Gotta build the resort up. Yes, Hades is relaxing death retreat.
Some sort of special offer from you, my
Fountain chamber. Oh, that sounds good. Or pool scarring. Okay, we can do that. Let's get that fountain chamber because that's really useful.
chamber in the depths of Tartarus sounds like an
That
excellent
is a
idea.
great plan. Ooh woo. Ooh woo.
Darkness guide you, child. You have outgrown this house. Of that I am now certain.
Okay, so Nyx totally supports us leaving. Does that mean she's trying to kick us out or
Next, I swear it.
Okay. Oh, can we open the bar now? Oh. Oh. Thank you for the follow. I am not that insane. Thank you. Oh, so Cerberus got sad that we left, and so he tore the entire place apart. That's sad. Thank you for the follow, Hiromi Mochi. Thank you. Okay, is there anybody? Achilles, you want to talk to me? Do you want to talk to me, buddy?
For the weapons just outside my chambers, Achilles.
You want to talk?
I'm sure I wouldn't, lad. Though if I happen to run into them.
Yes, it's definitely not Achilles. Achilles definitely did not. Which Cerberus head is your favorite? The one that lets me pat him. Look at his little tongue. Look at his tongue.
Here, boy,
He's so
just as long as
cute.
one of your three heads
Look
enjoys
at
the
him.
business.
His little orange tongue. Although I like all of them. Like all of Cerberus's heads are good boys. They are all perfect in their own way. Like look at this guy, he's sleeping. Perfect. This guy is keeping watch. Perfect. And this guy's got his little tongue out. Perfect. They're all perfect. But not as perfect as my fur. My fur is more perfect. But Cerberus is a nice second. Okay, let's... I do want that. Oh wait, what's that though? Oh, that's fine. Gimme.
All right, I'm ready.
Thank you for the headband. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I can't talk to the fates yet. Right. Okay.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey, pal,
Skelly wants to
one of the
talk to
Let's Go
me.
things
Hello.
of yours. You drop 'em, you go pick 'em up, you understand? But if somebody gives you grief, you got my permission to chuck one right in his eye.
I have to throw it into their eye?
Section, since the eyes are a lot harder to hit in my experience.
Okay, I'll aim for the eyes, Skelly. I will do it. Just for you.
Just
Okay, we got our
choose
shield.
us. Lend me your power.
Oh, this looks very effective. So we can defend. Rush. We can. Oh, I like winging it. That's fun. Okay. We'll try it. Since none of them have a bonus on them yet that we have. The spirit's bonus, but I can't use that yet, so we'll deal with the shield. What did these do? I don't remember what these do. Oh, they're for the weapon. Oh, okay. After blocking, gain damage, hold special. That could be fun. I want to try the charging up row. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, like that. This weapon's got no range! It has no range at all! Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what's this?
The prince delves back into the underworld. Its ever-shifting chambers realign to frustrate his attempts to perhaps map it out.
Yeah, everything's randomized, but we knew that. Boop a doop a doop a doop a doop a doop a doop. Okay. Whoa! Hello! Please don't do that. Oh, whoops, that is a pillar. That is a pillar. We don't need to hit the pillar. The pillar did nothing wrong. Come here, you. Ow! That actually really hurt. I need to block. That's amazing. With the shield, I'm blocking less. I'm too close! No! I do not like close combat. Close combat is not my favorite. Okay.
That's something.
We got our darkness though. Still gonna go for the centaur hearts, I think. That just seems wisest. Oh, these were really easy with a bow. I know that. These I remember. I remember you. Okay, got him. Got him. They're a little harder when you have to get close to them. Those lasers do hurt. No. I got you. Okay. You, I'm not gonna try and hit because I see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to step on that. Jerk. Do you love the shield? Maybe I just need to get used to it. I do like this throwing that I can do. Like, that is wonderful. I'm just having difficulties with the close range stuff. But that's probably a me problem. I much prefer, in a lot of games, I am definitely a bow or a magic user. And so I am not so good at close range. Shield, yeah, it does seem fun. Yeah. Oh! No! Hello! I am doing very, very good. The weapons here become long range with right belt. Oh, wait, so like even the shield? I am doing very, very well. How are you today? Whoop! That's not the right button. I threw my blood in the wrong spot. I've disappointed Skelly. I didn't hit anything in the eyes. Okay, where am I going? Athena, my love! Come here. Come here. Come here. I like the exploding things. Those can be really useful in the right spot. There's a build with the shield. You have to throw the shield and build AoE. Oh my god, that sounds wonderful. That sounds perfect. 5 hours of sleep, that's not enough. That I would never be able to survive with 5 hours of sleep. You know, cat and everything. I sleep for most of the day. Gotta get my beauty sleep. Whoop. Come here. Come here. What is sleep? Something that you need, Bear. Something that you need. Sleep is very important. Ow! You know what else is important? Not getting impaled. Not getting impaled is also very, very important. It is for the weak like me. I disagree. I think that sleep is for the strong. Athena, give me deflecting, that way then I can die slightly slower. Give me this. Give me this. I don't have any health left, but give me it anyway. Feel personally attacked. Do not mess with me right now. Yeah, definitely, Zagreus. We're doing really good, buddy. We're doing really good. Get over here. I'm just gonna snipe them from afar. Every skull, get over here. Nope. Do they ever stop spawning, or do I need to kill something else? I feel like there's something else I need to kill. I feel like they're going to go on. Royal Catnaps with Zeffy when? If you get me up late enough, it's constant. I'm practically asleep this morning, or at least I was when I started the stream. I'm a little bit more awake now, but I was so sleepy this morning. Okay. Look at that. That went well for how much HP that we have right now. That went far better than expected. That's Poseidon. Should we go visit Poseidon? Oh wait. Hello. Gimme. I love health. Let's go visit Poseidon because we haven't visited him yet. We visited Athena before. Hello, what do you do? Oh! Okay. Okay, I feel like we want to kill the little buddies, right? We probably want to kill the buddies. Oh! I almost just went the wrong way. No! Okay. The music in this game is so good. Okay. This is how we're gonna do this. They're just too far away from me! And plus, I guess this does bouncing damage. I need to kill the things that are connected. Breakfast burritos! I want a breakfast burrito! Share! Share with Her Majesty. I had oatmeal for breakfast. And it was fine, but a breakfast burrito sounds way better. Oh, why did I just lag? That was the wrong time to lag! No! Get over here. No! No! Get! Sleep? You probably should, honestly. If you haven't slept, then sleep, very important. That we suffer awake. Yes. Okay, come on. No, I don't want that. You die. I want to get past this. Come now. Okay. Look it, we got rid of his shield. That's good. That's promising, you know? That's very promising. There we go. Huh?
This has been OshiRabu. And yeah, we're definitely going to see this again. Let's see, what's going to be happening... What's going to be happening next week, actually? What's going to be happening? Also, for some reason, my Twitch isn't allowing me to raid anyone. There we go, sorted. So yeah, what's happening next week? Next week... Yes! That's my girl. Shino? The light from the fluorescent lamps glinted off her milk bottle glasses. The next instant, her fingers were flying over her phone with incredible speed. Chino, what are you doing? Threat her?
イベント会社に問い合わせ？もう会場を抑えるの？今何時だと。